Mm, what is up, everybody? Mm, we are in the building. It's me in the place to be. It's me in the place to live and direct. Live and direct. Live and direct, man. Who else would it be but me? Mm. Who else would it be but me? Here to give you the crime news, man. What's going on, man? The time on this computer, I don't even know how to change the time. Ain't that something? What's up, everybody? Salute to everybody. Salute to everybody. Salute to everybody. How's everybody doing? My man Doug Chunk, you know you a member now. When you go to the site, log out and log back in, Doug. You should be a member now. I put you in the system myself. You should be a member on the site now. You should be a member on the site now. But you have to, everybody has to log out, log back in. I don't like to refresh that shit. Doug says, I only caught a bit of it so far, but your kids were a hoot on today's stream. Ness Monsters. Yeah, you ain't lying. They just went to sleep, man. They just went to sleep, Doug. I'm talking about like literally just went to sleep. They just went to sleep. Like no bullshit. Like literally. They just went to sleep. I'm like, God damn. This is crazy, man. This is crazy work, man. You little motherfuckers is still up. You little motherfuckers is still up. Y'all are still up. Yes, they are. They still up, man. Salute to everybody out there, man. L.A. Ramon is in the building. Roger Wood is in the building. Yeah, man. Got a lot to get to, man. A lot to get to, man. Oh.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office is reviewing.
A lot to get to, man. A lot to get to, man. We are in the building, though. We are live and direct. We are live and direct. Everybody hit that like button. I gotta see what They put my shit in different categories every time. Let me see what they got. Let me see what category they put me in. I don't know what the fuck. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Everybody, man, salute to everybody that's in the building, man. Salute to everybody that's in the building, man. Salute to everybody that's in the building. Everybody that's joining us right now.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office is reviewing charges after police say a paraprofessional at Riverside High School hit a student. Police say on Wednesday, the school paraprofessional, a 39-year-old man, hit an 18-year-old student who lives with intellectual and physical disabilities. The student did not need medical attention. Tonight, a Milwaukee family is grieving after a man was shot and killed in his Southside neighborhood.
Loved ones spoke with our Brill Preciado.
I felt a gunshot, but also somebody pushing me out of the way.
This woman asked Fox 6 to keep her identity concealed because she's worried about her safety after witnessing her loved one get shot and killed.
I started screaming.
The family is identifying the man who died as Miguel Ángel Román Arrocho. He was shot and killed near 16th and Rogers Thursday night.
It hurts because I was there and saw it happen, and I don't think anyone would like to witness that.
The woman says it started with an argument. Things escalated. She said Román Arrocho stepped in to help, but instead was shot.
Police came here quick, but he was dead by then.
Milwaukee police say there is someone in custody related to this incident.
They showed me a picture and asked if this was the person, and I told them that it was him.
Now the family is grieving.
We just want justice and want him to pay for what he did. He didn't kill an animal. He killed someone who was loved.
The family says Román Arrocho leaves behind a newborn and a wife in the Philippines. He was getting ready to go see them during Thanksgiving, and the Milwaukee Police Department is referring charges to the District Attorney's Office. In Milwaukee, Abril Preciado, Fox 6 News.
Developing now, Mequon police are working with other departments trying to stop an organized crime group that is targeting homes in the area. They are sharing trends they've been seeing with break-ins. And we've brought you this story several times. Trail cameras have captured video of those suspected burglars. Police say all of the burglaries happened between Thursday and Sunday, and all in the evening. Police are seeing a lot of other similarities with those crimes.
The biggest thing is most of these homes are located at either a dead end or a cul-de-sac in a neighborhood with a wooded backyard. So what we're seeing is our suspects are coming through that wooded area, making entry to the back of the house, and then leaving back through the woods.
The story.
And we're
following again more breaking news. This time in Milwaukee, a student is dead after a shooting near a high school.
The crime scene has been developing in the area near Hopkins and Glendale. Let's go out live to Andrew Amuzu. Andrew, what have we learned?
Yeah, guys, this neighborhood is quiet. And just a few minutes ago, kids were playing right outside. But just a couple hours ago, this area right outside of Sada High School was part of a major investigation that happened just a couple blocks down at Hopkins and Glendale. That's where Milwaukee police say an 18-year-old was shot. Milwaukee Public School District says the victim was a student at Asada High School. The district says the student left school for early dismissal around 11:30 in the morning. Milwaukee police say just before noon, a 17-year-old and others attempted to rob the student. Police say that's when the student was shot. MPS said he was able to return to school. They called 911 and the school went on lockdown. Police say the student later died at the hospital. Police also tell us that the 17-year-old.
That. Yeah, he said, why can't they never speak English? Yeah, that shit is insane, man. We got a school shooting though. He said, make America speak English. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Tell me about it.
The suspect was also hurt and was taken to the hospital and later arrested. Police Chief Jeffrey Norman and staff with 414 Live said moments before the shooting, they were at an event speaking about youth gun violence.
There is no place for firearms in our youth hands. None. And we are seeing this situation play over and over again. And so I'm here to say, as many times as I can, we all have a responsibility to do something.
Our youth are important, and this issue of youth gun violence is definitely a forefront issue, and that we're trying to move forward and try to make sure that we combat some of this in our community.
And police say they are still looking for more people involved in this incident. Neighbors in the area tell me that they did hear the shots earlier today, but they also said that this isn't the first time that they heard a shooting happen right outside the school. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Andrew Amuzu, Fox 6 News.
The kids robbed him. The kid got out early for school. Some other kids tried to rob him, shot him, and killed him. Milwaukee's crazy.
The teenager charged with shooting at Grand Rapids police officers appeared before a judge this morning. 18-year-old Yasser Lagrone faces a number of charges, including 2 counts of intent to murder. 13 on your side's Kelly Lichter was in court this morning.
Police say this man in the white shirt.
Keep your hands out of your pocket. Come here.
Jordan first.
Keep your hands out of your pocket. Come here. Man. Clear commands.
Who shot at police on November 11th is 18-year-old Yasser Lagrone. Lagrone was in court Friday facing several.
Look at this nigga, man. He know he ain't in no real trouble. That's crazy. Think about it. He know his life ain't like really majorly altered. This is just a detour. You shoot a cop, you supposed to be sweating bullets. This nigga just like, yeah, it's Milwaukee. I probably get a summer in the joint. Probably go to jail for a summer, which is what I want to do. I want that stripe of me having been to jail. Damn. I don't know, man. This nigga like, yo. He look like, yo, man, I'm bored. He look bored, man. Is this what they say when they say these kids ain't got nothing to do? Is that what they mean when they say these kids ain't got nothing to do? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, all right, do you? That's what they mean when they say these kids ain't got nothing to do. These kids ain't got nothing to do, man.
Facing several charges and a life sentence for allegedly shooting at the officers.
That offense is a felony.
Oh, shit. You lucky little bastard. You lucky little bastard. You lucky little piece of shit. That's Judge Shaniqua, man. You got Judge Shaniqua in the building, man. Shout out to my man Roger Wood. He says we need more programs. Yeah, I mean, that'll fix it. Judge Shaniqua.
By life or any number of years. Do you understand the charge and the maximum possible penalty?
Gee, she got a big old gap too. She black. She got a goddamn
Charge and the maximum.
She got goddamn Michael Stray. Look at that gap.
Maximum possible penalty.
God damn it, I can't catch it. God damn it, bitch. There you go. Judge Gap. Judge Gap Tooth, man. Judge Strahan. He said the UFC is on. Oh, okay. I don't, I'd have to go. We'd have to go to the other channel to watch the UFC, man. We'd have to go to my channel, my website. Yeah, probation, man. He facing life. He don't get probation.
And the maximum possible penalty.
Yes, ma'am. LaGrone is facing 2 charges of assault with intent to murder, carrying a concealed weapon, 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, obstructing an officer, and 2 weapons felony firearm charges. In a news conference on November 12th, Police Chief Eric Winstrom says LaGrone was known on a first-name basis by the responding officers. LaGrone was a suspect in a gun theft investigation.
If they weren't taking this gun off the street yesterday, it's very possible I could be talking today about another murder committed by that individual with that gun.
In body and dash cam footage released by GRPD, several shots can be heard exchanged between 2 officers and who police say is LaGrone. No one was hit. The full investigation was handed over to the Michigan State Police, and the 2 officers are on paid administrative leave. During his arraignment, a representative from Court Services said LaGrone has a delayed sentencing in April for concealed carry charge.
These are also serious allegations, and 2 of which are capital offenses. Therefore, Article 1, Section 15 applies in this matter, and bond may be denied.
But the magistrate chose to not change LaGrone's interim bond, sending him back to the Kent County Jail on a $750,000 bond.
She gave him a bond. Damn, Judge Shaniqua, man. Judge Shaniqua gave him a bond, man, for shooting at 2 cops, man. Damn, Judge Shaniqua. You are who we thought you were, man.
May be denied.
But the magistrate chose to not change LaGrone's interim bond, sending him back to the Kent County Jail on a $700.
Why you say finding me is tricky, Gouch? But they doing some tricky stuff on YouTube. Why you say finding me is tricky?
$50,000 bond.
Callie joins us now in the newsroom. Callie, when will LaGrone be back in court?
Juliet, LaGrone will be back in court next week, and he does face life in prison if convicted.
Well, he ain't getting life. Don't worry about that. Don't even worry about that.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Shelby Township. Thank you for coming on this solemn occasion.
We begin at 5 with terrifying new information into a double homicide in Macomb County.
Surveillance video from inside of the business showed the suspect entering the business and shooting both Baban and Batu from point-blank range.
What we're learning about the suspected shooter and the victims in the shooting that has rocked this community.
The police say one of the victims in the shooting at Star Auto Sales on Ryan Road was just a bystander who was there to buy a car. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. And
wow. Remember I told you about bitch ass niggas earlier? Who remember when I talked about that earlier? Bitch ass niggas. This nigga mad over a hammer or some shit. Came back and shot the person he was mad at the store and the bystander, killed him. Just a bitch ass nigga. Ain't no mental issues here. Ain't no mental issue here. This nigga just a bitch. He just a bitch ass nigga.
The suspected shooter and the victims in the shooting that has rocked this community.
The police say one of the victims in the shooting at Star Auto Sales on Ryan Road was just a bystander who was there to buy a car. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill, and that's just part of the story. We want to bring in Demond Fernandez, who spent the day gathering new information in this case. Demond.
And hey, Kimberly and Ty, I want you to take a good look at the guy in this photo right here. Now, this is the man Shelby Township Police believe is responsible for the most recent double homicide in that area. Again, he's accused of killing an auto dealer and an innocent bystander in this case. Now, police say all of this because this man claims he was sold a lemon.
We immediately locked in on the suspect.
He was sold a lemon. So he came back and shot the auto dealer. I was sold a lemon computer. I was just sold a lemon computer. You guys know that. You guys saw that. I just was sold a lemon computer. And listen, I can understand the rage of wanting to do it. I can understand the rage of wanting to shoot somebody. You know what I mean? But my nigga, like, what about your life, nigga? What about your life, nigga? What about your future? What about your kids? What about your loved ones? You that much of a bitch ass nigga that you can't control your emotions?
Terrence Jermaine Sandals.
It's this man seen in surveillance video dressed in black who investigators are describing as the suspect behind 2 murders at the Star Auto Sales in Shelby Township on Friday.
He didn't go in to rob, and this was no hit. He went in to kill.
The violent killings, according to police, over the sale of a Hummer several weeks ago. Investigators say Sandals claimed the truck was a lemon. He allegedly argued with the shop's owner several times, and on Friday, things took a tragic turn.
An employee who was out buying parts at the time came back into the office and observed his boss and another male down in the office with gunshot wounds.
The auto dealer and an innocent customer gunned down in the shop's office just after 12:30 p.m., both shot at point-blank range.
The victims have been identified as Gaith Babone. He's a 48-year-old male from Clinton Township. And then the owner of the business, Marvin Batu, he's a 40-year-old male from Shelby Township.
Shelby Township police say they wasted no time launching an investigation, calling in resources, deploying a K-9 and drones to help crack the case. Investigators say they tracked down Sandals to a hotel in Romulus, and acting on a warrant, police raided Sandals' room.
Laying in bed with Sandals was a handgun. He had another handgun on the dresser. Cash that was stolen from the location was also recovered.
Sandals was arraigned on Monday. He's currently being held without bond on 13 charges, including 2 counts of homicide and 6 weapons charges.
It's not just troubling, it's tragic. The loss of 2 individuals and their families that have to suffer as a result of this.
And right now, investigators say Sandals has a lengthy criminal record out of Texas. In fact, there's an outstanding felony warrant for him from that state right now. Police believe he came to Michigan to dodge that warrant. As for the victims, we learned they were both married fathers of young children.
Just an awful situation. Okay, Demond, thank you. Ty.
Before witness support in Chattanooga even existed, a young mother was set to be a key witness against a gang member for the murder of her friend. Well, that mother was Bianca Horton, and she was killed. And now, nearly 10 years after her death, a jury in Hamilton County found the last of her killers guilty and sentenced him to life in prison.
Her murder opened the eyes of police in Chattanooga that something was missing. It helped spark the creation of more support for those who want to speak up in the pursuit of justice. Newsline Online's Lily Butler brings us more in this special report.
The trial of the last of 3 suspects in the murder of Bianca Horton came with protections not often seen in Hamilton County Court. Witnesses we didn't identify by name, image, or even voice, all in an effort to keep them safe. Because this case showed Chattanooga that identifying a gang member can be dangerous.
She was willing to die
to say enough. She paid the ultimate price.
Bianca Horton had identified Cortez Sims and was set to testify against him in court when she was murdered in May 2016. At the time, there was not a program to support witnesses in Chattanooga.
After her passing, there were community agencies and city departments who came together to essentially establish what we now call Witness Support Fund.
Bianca spoke to News Channel 9 about her desire to tell the truth months before she was found dead.
I was thankful that he was caught because now I can get to the justice phase for me, my daughter, and my friend.
Nearly 10 years later, one of 3 men accused of silencing Bianca sentenced to a life behind bars.
Everything indicated that Baptist Park Bloods were solely responsible for the murder of Bianca Horton.
And support for victims and witnesses has expanded.
Helping them identify who are your safe contacts, thinking about your emotional well-being, physical well-being, maybe if they're, needing to stay with a friend or a family member for a period of time.
Hannah Walling is the Chattanooga Police Department Victim Services and Chaplains Director.
It is not uncommon for our staff daily to have conversations with individuals who no longer feel safe because of the crime has occurred.
Taylor Walker, CPD's homicide sergeant, said this case had a ripple effect on some of the more than 30 homicides in 2016, the year Bianca was murdered.
I do think that it created an environment where people were a little reluctant to speak with us pertaining to the homicides that occurred after that. After Bianca's death.
But
thankfully now we have the Victim Services Unit in place and more resources now than we did then.
Walling says victim services can include things like counseling and navigating the legal process, but there are more extreme cases a few times a year.
To try to provide some support to individuals who, because of their participation, now no longer feel safe in Chattanooga, need to relocate.
But it's not what you often see on crime TV shows or movies. She said there just isn't the money to pay for full relocations.
It's going to be what are the urgent, immediate things that we need to do to get someone access to safety. So typically it's going to be looking at a few $100s per individual.
Walling says whatever does exist in the Witness Support Fund comes from community donations.
There's not dedicated city dollars for that or dedicated state resource at this time.
Walker says,
why not? Why not? Shout out to Blake. Why not? Why not? Why not? I don't understand why there's not.
To individuals who, because of their participation, now no longer feel safe in Chattanooga, need to relocate.
But it's not what you often see on crime TV shows or movies. She said there just isn't the money to pay for full relocations.
It's going to be what are the urgent, immediate things that we need to do to get someone access to safety. So typically it's going to be looking at a few $100s per individual.
Walling says whatever does exist in the Witness Support Fund comes from community donations.
There's not dedicated city dollars for that or dedicated state resource at this time.
Walker says protecting victims starts long before court, with what names and personal information they include in records like arrest reports and search warrants, all in an effort to try and keep what happened to this young mother from happening again.
A witness is here to avoid his prosecution. Cortez Sims. That's what set this entire chain of events into motion.
Lily Butler, News Channel 9.
We asked why there are not taxpayer dollars dedicated to keeping victims safe. The city said they had no comment, and the TBI said they do not have witness protection, but do have a victim services unit.
No comment. No comment. Wow. No comment. Okay.
Calls for justice echoing through a tribute tonight in Harlem for a mom of 4 who was murdered in her own apartment building. Her ex-boyfriend now in custody for the crime, and her loved ones are trying to raise awareness of the impact of domestic violence.
Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon with the story from their vigil earlier tonight.
This is for our beautiful angel. We remember her because her light now is in every single one of us. Her light is in her 4 children.
Light from candles illuminated the cold night in memory of Carmen Yadira Lopez outside her apartment building. Her family members, emotionally crushed, took comfort in a vigil meant to give them strength as they say goodbye to the beloved mom of 4 boys and shed light on.
She looked like a she looked like a mud on breeder, man. Yeah, man. She looked like a mud on Brita.
Domestic violence.
When no means no, it means no.
No. No means no.
But justice for my sister, that's all I want.
Lopez was attacked in the hallway of this building. Her ex, Luis Marquez, is charged with.
Okay, that's on Brito. That's an on Brito, man. Luis Marquez, man. Luis Marquez, man. Luis Marquez
is charged with murder, accused of waiting more than
he hit his head. Look, he hit his head. That's what the fuck you get, you bitch ass nigga.
Charged with murder, accused of waiting more than.
That's what you get, motherfucker.
Marquez is charged with murder, accused of waiting more.
That's the fuck you get. That's the fuck you get, man. Piece of shit.
Murder, accused of waiting more than 2 hours here for her to get home Monday morning and stabbing her more than 20 times as she pleaded for him to stop.
No se merecía eso.
Her aunt says she didn't deserve to die that way.
Porque si nosotros habíamos sabido,
And she says if they had only known anything about her accused killer, they would have done everything to protect her.
To know her is to love her.
Friend Arlie Ureña says justice would mean life behind bars for Marquez. She remembers seeing him once at a club trying to get Lopez's attention.
The way he was looking at her in the club, it was like giving like, oh, like, you're my girl, like, come here. And she was like, no, you know?
She never seemed worried about it.
No, because she was a happy person.
We want to expose domestic violence for what it is. It's a crime. Let's talk about it, ladies.
Sonia Rincon, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
The Harlem-based domestic violence awareness organization WARM, which is an acronym for We All Really Matter, helping to cover Lopez's funeral expenses. They say anyone who may be in fear for their own safety with a partner can contact their crisis hotline. We posted a link for the organization at ABC7NY.
Lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Let's see.
And we are standing up for what we think is right now.
Barbara, you're playing
I mean it.
You're playing into your hands. Let me speak to him, okay?
In the name of God, how much more are we supposed to take?
Take from what?
From you people.
I mean, you people. You sound like I'm a dog or something, lady. No, but we taking their rights. We ain't taking no rights from them. We're trying to get some of our rights back. You people had all your life.
9 Supreme Justice don't run this federal government. We elected officers to go into Congress and up in the presidential chair, and they don't have enough gumption to turn around and tell that Supreme Court to rule on the laws of the land rather than to mess with our children and ruin our education and put our country down.
You kidding, man.
Now, there were appointed officials, and we'll impeach every one of them if we have to get this country back where
do
it
it
belongs.
then. Man, by the time somebody do something, because now all of a sudden the tide is turning a little bit, and you see how things feel. Now you all come upset, huh? You're all upset. Say somebody taking your rights away.
We want our school back. This is all we want. We want peace, we want quietness, but we want our schools. Why can't the federal government leave us alone and give us our schools for the sake of our children, for us, for peace of mind? We want no trouble. We don't condemn these black people. They are human beings too. We understand that, but we want our school. And we're going to get it if we have to go to Washington to get it. And this isn't over yet, and it won't be over until our children are taken out of this school and placed in their neighborhood schools. What's so bad about that? We understand.
Yeah, man, this is refreshing, man. She ain't calling them niggas or nothing. She not disrespecting them, but she's standing up for herself. This is refreshing, man. After seeing all the conservative women, Candace Owens, Marguerite Taylor Greene, all the conservative women are flipping. They all going liberal. It's refreshing to see a goddamn woman. She like, we don't want you niggas in our school, man. We wanna keep the school all white. It may be like 5 or 6 fights a year instead of 5 or 6 fights a day. Press 1.
Standing here to create a problem. We are doing what they have done many, many times. Now, is that wrong, people of this world today? Is it wrong that we stand up for a change? For the first time, we are standing up for our rights. What is wrong about that? And why did he have to come over here? To order us to do what they want us to do. Now we're not going to do it. That is over. Amen. These people fight for your rights. And I mean fight for what you think is right and what's in here to fight for. You got a heart, you got a conscience. Fight for it. And give it all you got. And I mean the people of the world today better do it. Because if they don't, they're going to be dominated throughout this world by this federal government, which is dominating the world today.
This woman couldn't even exist today. Yo, listen, I ain't even gonna lie, man. She couldn't exist today. Maybe, let me just say this. You do got Lily Gaddis, but she's going to flip soon. Lily Gaddis is going to flip liberal too with the rest of the conservative one. Yeah, damn. He said, look how much cooler cars were back then. Yeah, that. Cars were cooler. Look how scared the black man is. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how scared he is to talk to these white people, man.
No matter who you are, black or white, if you feel that it's right, fight for it. But fight for the right thing. Don't create a disturbance, but fight for what you got and for what you worked hard for. In my opinion, if anybody has a right to fight, it's the Indians. They were the ones that were here in this country before the black people or before we were. And if anybody has a right to fight, they have a right to fight for it. Why should we have to be bused from one end of town to the other? And what's so bad about it is the fact that many children of today are going to drop out of this school and be without an education because of this dumb foolishness. It's dumb. There's no sense in it. And we, the people of this Augusta, Georgia,
feel the federal court is jeopardizing everybody's freedom in Richmond County and their right to educate their child in their neighborhood school.
How you figure that now? How you gonna say that?
We feel under constitutional rights and
don't talk to him like that, man. That's a white man. This brother crazy, man. He don't know he talking to a white man. Don't he know he talking to a white man? You better take some of that bass out of your voice, brother. Take some of that bass about your voice, brother.
We know under constitutional rights that we have the privilege of educating our child in a school without being bussed out of its area.
Well, let me ask you this question here now. Okay, I've been in the army for 17 years, living right on Fort Gun, defending my country, got two wooden legs to prove it here. Okay, now, I used to walk, my kids from Fort Gordon to Tut, passing 25 schools to get over there. What do you think about that? How you think we feel?
I know how you. I'm in the service right now.
Well, you sure that you don't act like a serviceman.
Not starting no racial balance, but I know that we're fighting for to free the people in Vietnam, to give them freedom of choice. But yet we come back to our country. We come back to our country, and we don't even have the freedom to send our children to our own school in our neighborhood that we're paying taxes for.
Okay, now you're talking like
your leaders are using you, we feel, as a pawn for their own financial and political benefit. And you watch and see if this country falls, you will not have the freedom to walk up and down this street, but your leader is going to be standing
high. You
must
be kidding, man. We got people got killed in Korea many years ago and come back here, can't even say one word, can't even go and get a decent meal downtown. You talking about freedom? You must be kidding.
Can I ask you one question?
Ask me a minute you want to.
Before the news that you as the PTA leader said we don't want you.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I mean, you can say what you want to put words in my mouth.
No,
that's your problem.
Cool it down, son, man. That's a white man you're talking to.
Right now, you always want to be the upper hand. You can't be in front all the time, man. What's wrong with you?
The upper hand on us. We're not done.
You can't be up in the front all the time. No kind of sense to come out here and stand in front of the school every day. Yesterday, people brought the kids over here. Whole traffic jam out here.
How about the one traffic jam Glen Hills yesterday?
But that's all. You
got the same problem.
Have you seen any blacks over there standing around the school? No, not one.
Yes, I did.
Not yesterday.
Yes, I did yesterday. I happened to be there. They were there. And I seen them over there demonstrating on the road, demand 100% racial balance.
What's your first name? You got a long way to go yet, lady. Just wait for your name.
What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Oh man, that was refreshing. All right, now back to present day, man. That was refreshing. Blast from the past, man. A good old blast from the past, man. Oh, hey, how about this, man?
All right.
Morning, Jeff.
All right. What'd you think? You heard about the indictments?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I don't know. They got what they got. They got what they got coming to them, you know. Because to me, they're punks. You know, they started trouble with me a couple times. So, you know, to me, it doesn't really matter to me. Everything's.
Hold on. They started trouble with you a couple. This is the I think Yusef Hawkins, the black kid went into a white neighborhood. You know, he was a tough guy, man, from the black neighborhood. He went into the white neighborhood. I don't know whether he was dating a girl or some shit. Got into it with some of the locals, got his ass kicked and died. He died from the ass kicking, I think. And they called it a lynching. But this guy says that the same white guys fucked with him before. But he's not black. Because they said the white guys only fucked with the black guy because he was black.
All right.
Morning, Jeff.
All right.
What'd you think? You heard about the indictments?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I don't know. They got what they got. They got what they got coming to them, you know. Because to me, they're punks. You know, they started trouble with me a couple times. So, you know, to me, it doesn't really matter to me. Everything's been quiet in school, and there's been no trouble since. And to me, it's all right.
What's your name?
John.
John what?
Adams.
John Adams?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm camera shy.
When I asked you before, this way, guy. You heard about the indictments?
Yes, I did.
What's your reaction?
I think they deserve it. They're no good kids that got put in prison.
You know these kids?
Yeah, I do. I live in the neighborhood with them, and they're troublemakers.
You have no trouble believing they did it?
No, I think they did do it.
Do you think it was racially motivated?
No, I don't think it's racially motivated. I just think that they wanted to find somebody to pick on.
What's your name?
Tracy.
Tracy what?
Tracy. I don't want to say.
Huh?
What? What?
Give me some shots here with the cops standing around, all right? Freddie. Freddie. He didn't know either. What do you normally go by?
Dion.
What's you heard about the hey, you heard about the indictments?
Yeah.
What'd you think? You don't think nothing? Okay.
I think it didn't make no sense, you know what I'm saying? Because black and white shouldn't be fighting anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Do you know the guys who were indicted?
I know who they are, but I don't know them personally.
Do they seem like racist to you?
Nah, they seem cool to me. You know what I'm saying?
Never bothered you?
Nah, they never bothered me.
Troublemakers?
No, they ain't trouble. I see him, walk by him, what's up, that's it. Ain't no fighting, no nigga, no hunky, nothing like that. I'm saying that's all.
What if you ran into him on a dark night in Howard Beach, though?
I wouldn't go on Howard Beach no more, especially not at nighttime. I won't go on Howard Beach no more.
Okay, thanks a lot. Everybody does. What? You gonna go to college from here?
Yes. Oh wow! I am so excited.
What'd you think of the indictments?
I think it was fair. They should go to jail, though. It had nothing to do with our high school, but I think they should go to jail.
You know those kids?
I know Michael Scott Kern.
You know some of these kids then?
Yeah, he was in my class in 7th grade.
Troublemakers to you?
No.
So what was your reaction when the indictments, when you heard about the indictments coming down?
It was fair because they did the crime, but I feel that they weren't troublemakers in the school.
Do you think this will, or do you hope this will finally blow over?
Yes, it will, because you made a mess out of this.
Oh, we made a mess out of it.
You have, the school. It happened in Howard Beach. They happened to us in the school. I mean, what do we do? Okay, you go beat up one black guy. Come on. This has been blown out of proportion.
You really think so?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I
Okay, what's your name?
Marie Wilson.
Marie Wilson.
Check my name. My name is Clay Law.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
He's in my physics class. You get your name for that.
How you doing? I remember you. I talked to you last time. What'd you think about the indictments?
I think that it was unfair that they started trouble with them because they were just bypasses. They weren't looking for any trouble.
Yeah.
How do I feel about it?
You hope this is finally over now? What do you think will happen?
The same thing has been happening. It's still going to be people out there who's going to have the racial that they had against these guys. It's still going to be there. It's not going anywhere. It's here to stay.
So you don't think anything changes?
No, nothing changes. As life goes on, the same things are going to keep happening. Maybe.
This woke dude, man. They done found him a woke guy. Yeah, man. Just a nigga got his ass kicked, man. Press 1. A nigga got his ass kicked and they tried to turn it, even back in the 80s, they tried to turn it into a big racial deal, man. Nigga got his ass kicked, man. And unfortunately died. And it's terrible. Don't get me wrong, it's horrible. But like goddamn. This shit turned the whole world. I remember when this shit happened. This was like national news for months. I remember when this shit happened. Yeah, the racial jungle. Exactly. Sponsor the show, guys. Support the channel. Same black time. Support the channel. PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chat, man. We going live today, man. We bringing it to you 360, man. Present day. The 60s. Now we in the 80s. We gonna come. You don't know what we gonna do next, man. You don't know what you gonna get with this show, man. You don't know what you gonna get with this show, man. Everybody hit the like button, man, too, man.
It might just cool down in that area, but as far as the rest of it, you know, people have their own feelings and judgments towards others, so I don't think it's going to change.
What's your name?
Terrell Smith.
Thank you, bro.
I want to say something.
What time is this going to be
So this is 17 years after the first video where that lady was talking. That was 1970. Where that white lady was giving that speech, that was this is 17 years later. And look what the fuck happened.
You want to do so smart, you go inside the school. Put your breast up there, bro. Last night. They jealous. They jealous. No, I said
Student reaction is varied from those who are glad the indictments have finally come down to those who think the indictments will do no good to those who wish the media would just go away. Okay?
And those who said it was no big deal, and those who said that the kids weren't troublemakers and they weren't racist, they fucked with everybody. You notice how he left that out? He probably leaves that part out. He interviewed all them kids. Most of the kids said they didn't give a fuck about it. It was just the kids was just, you know, like you're the regular kids, man. The shit just happened.
Have finally come down to those who think the indictments will do no good to those who wish the media would just go away. Okay? Say one. Okay. Your reaction to the indictments?
I think they're fair. That's basically it. Because, I mean, you know, it's not fair for them to go free. They killed the person, you know, intentionally, unintentionally. The person.
You know some of these kids.
Yes, I do.
And you're glad they may go to prison?
Well, I'm not glad that they'll go, but I mean, you know, if you do something wrong, then you have to be punished.
What's your name?
Harriet Williams.
Thank you. Did I talk to you already? Okay. Okay. When you heard about the indictments, 12 of them, what was your reaction?
I thought it was pretty fair because, I mean, they did it intentionally, you know. It wasn't like the black guys provoked them, you know. They went up to the black guys, they started calling them names, and so they got what they got.
You know some of the kids named in the indictments today.
Yeah, I knew John and I knew Scott.
What does it feel like to know somebody who's been accused of something like this? I mean, did you consider them friends?
I used to, you know. I don't think I consider them best friends like I did before, you know, because me and John used to hang out all the time. But now I just see them as, you know, I feel ashamed for them, you know. I feel ashamed for them. It's like, it's disgusting seeing somebody, you know, hanging out with black people and then turn around and go kill a black person is like disgusting, you know.
Okay.
Yo, the good old days, man. Time was, oh man, those days, man. Those is the good old days, man. Those is the good old days. We'll never get those days back, man. We'll never get those days back.
We're going to go now to our other top story today. Chaos inside an East Point courtroom as the suspect in July's deadly McDonald's stabbing faced a judge. The victim's daughter tackled by police after leaving the courtroom and allegedly returning with a knife. But the hearing continued with prosecutors revealing how and why Afeni Muhammad allegedly stabbed her manager to death. 7 News Detroit reporter Ruta Alsinaida inside the courtroom. She's showing us what happened today and what comes next.
It was a dramatic day here at District Court in East Point as prosecutors played the surveillance video of what they say is Afeni Muhammad killing Jennifer Harris. It's that video that set off a chain reaction and left Jennifer Harris's 17-year-old daughter behind bars. This right here is video of the chaotic aftermath of the 17-year-old daughter of Jennifer Jama Harris, who was tackled and arrested by police in the lobby of 38th District Court. East Point police say she brought a knife into the courthouse after seeing the disturbing surveillance video of her mother's murder in court. Harris's family was then barred from returning to the courtroom for the rest of Friday's hearing. Prosecutors releasing new video on what they say is 26-year-old Afeni Muhammad, her face covered with some sort of mask, a large knife hidden under her arm, walking into the back of the East Point McDonald's on July 10th, where she and her manager, Jennifer Harris, worked. Prosecutors say Muhammad was sent home earlier that day by Harris for slacking off. She later returned, allegedly stabbing Harris at least 13 times.
Even though Jennifer Harris had collapsed on her back, bleeding, that the defendant intended to finish the job on the ground.
You can see in this interrogation video where Muhammad shows investigators exactly how she stabbed the victim, saying she felt no remorse because Harris constantly, quote, bullied her at work.
I feel better.
Prosecutors say the only reason the attack stopped is because Good Samaritan Devontae Pace, who was in the drive-thru and saw everything, fired a warning shot towards the attacker.
I guess it would be a warning shot because she didn't get hit, but it definitely was towards her, and I didn't mind shooting her, so I was shooting at her.
Judge Kathleen Galen finding enough probable cause to order Muhammad to stand trial, so she will be back in court December.
Yo, without that wig, she is ugly, man. Remember that red wig she was wearing for like, they let her keep that wig in jail. Yo, she is ugly, man. Yeah, I could believe that, you know, and she was weird too. I could believe like black people probably, you know, gave her a rough time because she was weird, she ugly. She's you know, she's crazy. When I say crazy, she knows what she's doing, but she like a little bit, you know, different. She probably listen to rock and roll and rave music and shit like that. Shout out to my man Barry B. Barry B is in the building. Barry B is in the building. Yeah, man. They probably gave her a hard time, her little ugly little self, man.
November 2nd. As for Harris's daughter, who is accused of bringing that knife to court, prosecutors are considering charges for her actions in court. In East Point, I'm Rudolph Sinaida, 7 News Detroit.
She's going to get more time than the girl.
Our big story tonight at 9, the system failed. That's the reaction from a father whose son was attacked at a Milwaukee middle school by another student.
NBS says the student used a piece of glass as a weapon. Sam Kramer spoke with the boy's father tonight. And Sam, what do we know?
Hi there, Ben and Kim. Myron Wilson says his son suffered deep cuts to his head, neck, back, and hands. Pied's school staff told him they knew this particular student threatened his son for at least 2 days before it happened. We want to warn you, some of the photos that you're about to see in this story may be disturbing for some viewers.
Then they said they didn't have the resources, they were short on staff and security.
On his way here from Arizona, Myron Wilson admits he's frustrated. He's only driving here because a student attacked his 13-year-old son Wednesday at Rufus King International Middle School.
He was attacked by a student that was going around the school for approximately 3 days, threatening him and other students that he's going to kill them.
The letter MPS sent to school families Wednesday said the student used a piece of glass to hurt the other student. The principal adds, quote, "This behavior is absolutely unacceptable." The Wilson family sent us these photos of the boy's injuries. Most of them are too graphic for us to show you without edits, but they tell the story of how bad Wilson's son was hurt.
He's traumatized. And he wants to go back to school to learn. I told him no, not in Wisconsin. I don't trust the system. I don't trust the people that's around the school.
Milwaukee police say they arrested the attacking student, who's also a 13-year-old boy. Wilson criticized the district further because he says no one provided his son medical attention until 30 minutes after the attack. He said he's hoping for an explanation from the district and for accountability from the legal system.
I want him to press, face the penalties for what he was trying to do to my son. He tried to kill him.
And so we brought his concerns specifically to MPS. The district disputes the medical attention claim. MPS says its investigation showed that staff called 911 right away and that a school nurse provided aid until paramedics arrived. Now, this isn't the first time Rufus King Middle School has dealt with fights. We interviewed a mother in April whose daughter was attacked twice in 1 week. Kim?
A call no parent wants to receive.
But first, breaking news out of Newark, where 5 people have been shot, including 2 children. Good evening, I'm Alan Devlin. Thank you for joining us here tonight. Right to that breaking news, tragic details regarding the shooting are just now coming into the newsroom, and the violence has already attracted the attention of New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. The gunfire breaking out around 7 p.m. near the corner of Chancellor Avenue and Leslie Street in Newark. Addie Guajardo is live near that scene with the latest. Addie, you've been there for quite a while. What are you learning?
Yeah, Alan, I've been here for several hours. When I first arrived on the scene, I came across a man with tears running down his face. And then I spoke to a woman who broke down crying, saying she saw one of the victims being loaded onto a black truck to be transported. Police arrived here on the scene on the 300 block of Chancellor Avenue around 7 p.m. tonight. Officials say a 10-year-old boy and a 21-year-old woman were shot and killed, and 3 others between 11 and 60 years old were injured. Police used red cups to mark shell casings on the sidewalk near Wainwright Street. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy took to X and called for prayers for the victims and their families. This massive police presence shook this neighborhood.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing, and these family members are absolutely traumatized by what happened to their loved ones, and therefore we need to be there for them as well.
As a father, I feel bad, sad about the news. I don't want to hear news like that.
Alan, you can see behind me a big portion of Chancellor Avenue is shut down right now as investigators gather evidence out here. Now, there are still so many questions unanswered, including what led up to this shooting. We did reach out to the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. They say this is a very active and ongoing investigation, so we'll continue to gather details as they become available. Reporting live in Newark, New Jersey, Addie Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
And we do hope we learn more about the shooting and how and why it happened. Addie, thank you. Our morning show team will have the latest on this breaking news tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. You can also get updates anytime at cbsnewyork.com.
Man, they don't know shit. They don't know a motherfucking thing. This is another kid.
Ready? Everybody ready? Yeah? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Chief Rader with the Henderson Police Department. I'm here today to brief on a very tragic incident that occurred right behind us on the 215 freeway. Around 7:30 this morning on 215 westbound near Gibson, 2 vehicles became involved in a road rage incident when they began jockeying for positions, trying to pass each other on the congested freeway. One vehicle tried to pass the other vehicle on the shoulder, and at that time, both occupants of their vehicles rolled the window down and got into a verbal exchange. Our suspect then produced a handgun and fired 1 round at our victim vehicle, tragically striking an 11-year-old passenger who was sitting in the back seat of that vehicle. The stepfather driving the victim vehicle then rammed the suspect vehicle, causing them both to come to a stop in the middle of the freeway. Both drivers then got out of their vehicle and got in a heated exchange. At this time, a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department officer was driving by on the freeway, was held down and was able to take the suspect into custody. Shortly after that, the Henderson Fire Department arrived on scene, and despite their best efforts and the efforts of the medical professionals at UMC, that 11-year-old succumbed to his injuries.
Stepfather, the stepdaddy got into some bullshit, road rage bullshit, and got his stepson killed. Yikes. 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 Damn, Run Dash, you sound like you advertising for UFC, man. That's like the 10th time you said it. Damn, that's crazy.
Henderson Police Homicide Section responded, and they have arrested the 22-year-old suspect for open murder and discharging a firearm at a vehicle. That subject is currently at our detention center being booked in, and upon his completion of being booked in, his information and photo will be made available through a press release. I just want to remind everybody that we lost a life today that we didn't have to lose. An 11-year-old was on his way to school, and this senseless act took his life. I need everybody to be patient on our roadways. We have an obligation to look out for each other. The holidays are coming up, and we usually have congestion and tempers run high. It is not worth it to engage in this type of behavior on either party.
Let me show you the guy. Let me show you a picture of the guy. I wonder, can you see that? Can you see that? I wonder if y'all can see that. It's a white kid, 22 years old. Going down for murder. Shit. White boy, you gonna be somebody's girlfriend. Or you gonna join in there. That's crazy. White boy gotta be some nigga girlfriend or join the Aryan Nation, man. You gotta become a full-blooded Aryan Nation member. Damn, white boy, you done fucked your life all the way up. Jeez.
I would rather you be stuck in traffic and late for your destination than have to go to a funeral for a loved one or potentially spend the rest of your life in prison.
Jeez. White boy gonna be in jail with
That's
these
good. Thank
niggas.
you. We'll talk to you.
See, this is the thing white boys don't understand. When you go to prison, you're gonna be in prison with, like, if you think about it, it's rough out here dealing with just random niggas. When you go to prison, it's nothing but niggas. Niggas like this. That white boy's gonna be in prison with niggas like this.
A little bit later, John, also developing here at noon. We're learning more about a chaotic police chase that spans several cities across Broward before it finally ended in a crash in Pompano Beach. Witnesses saying what they saw could have been right out of a movie, telling us they saw cash being thrown out the windows.
Well, police now identifying 3 suspects who have been arrested in this case. Local 10's Michaela Hightower live with new details just into the newsroom. Michaela.
And Chrissy and Eric, we have been following the story all morning long, wondering who it was inside of that white SUV that crashed. And finally, the puzzle pieces are coming together. Take a look at your screen right now. These are the mugshots of the 3 suspects arrested. This is Lamar Perry.
Yo. I wish I could put this white boy's mugshot next to these mugshots. Look at these niggas. Listen. Going to prison for the rest of their lives, that's nothing to these niggas. These niggas just, that's like nothing. They just do that shit. They just go to jail. If you let them out for this, within a week they'll be doing something else to get them in prison. Press 1. If some woke judge say, all right, man, you know what? Black Lives Matter, you can go. It won't be a week before they back doing some more dumb shit. These niggas going to prison. These niggas going to prison. He said, I'm protecting the white man. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. You going to prison, you got to join the Aryan Nation, or you got to be one of these niggas' girlfriend. And when I say that, I'm not saying like it also depends on the facility. And of course, everybody not the same. I'm definitely not saying. I'm definitely not trying to act like every white boy is a punk. But all I'm saying is that, like, if you're like not a street guy, like if you're not a white dude that's from the streets, and you just in traffic one day, and you get to talking to some back and forth, and you shoot and kill somebody in traffic, like you're gonna be in jail with these niggas for the rest of your life.
And Timothy Brown both denied bond on kidnapping charges in bond court this morning. Meanwhile, the third man arrested, Tracy Ross, has yet to learn if he will remain in jail while he awaits his initial court appearance. So here are the details, and it kind of fills in some of those blanks that we have been asking about all morning. Davie police say the 30-year-old Adonis Sevilla was at the McDonald's on State Road 84 when Tracy Ross and Lamar Perry took his cell phone, forced them into the car to get it back. They drove him to Fort Lauderdale, shoved him out, and beat him before he got away, and that victim calling 911. And this is where Fort Lauderdale police come into the picture, right? The officers later spotted the suspect's stolen car, which then sparked that chase into Pompano, and that is where we land back out here live at the scene, or the scene from that video, rather, if you're looking at it, right off of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, where that white SUV hopped a curb and came to a stop when it hit this pole. All of this catching a lot of attention, as it was a huge police presence in this area, shutting down this block here as well. And a witness that we spoke to earlier, she described being terrified, not knowing what was going on, but just seeing that crashed SUV and just a major law enforcement presence by multiple jurisdictions involved in this. But it looks like, and it sounds like from this press release just into our newsroom from Davie Police, they say all 3 suspects are now in custody, but something tells me there may be more to this, as they say they will not be making any further comment as this is still under investigation. You can believe we will continue to follow this story as it is unraveling by the hour. That is the very latest. I'm reporting live in Pompano Beach. Michaela Hightower, Local 10 News.
After more than 25 years in prison, a man is finally cleared of a crime. Tavares Hutchinson was wrongfully convicted of robbing a newlywed in 1999. The Innocence.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it, y'all? Did he do it or did he not do it? What y'all think, man? Tavares Hutchinson. Did he do it or did he not do it? I don't know. I wasn't there. What y'all think? Guilty.
After more than 25 years in prison, a man is finally.
Shout out to my man, Louis Barrow. He says he gonna end up divorced. Mom gonna blame him. Yeah, hell yeah, mom won't blame his ass. Fuck yeah, he it's his fault. He got into a road rage shit with her kid in the backseat. And her kid got shot by some fucking, what the fuck? And he got out and argued with the guy instead of giving the kid life-saving measures. He didn't immediately attend to the kid. He got out the car and argued with the guy. And then the fucking cops came, and then the paramedics came and gave the kid life-saving measures. He never gave the kid life-saving measures. He all the way around fucked up, man. How's she gonna stay with him, man? How that woman gonna stay with that guy?
After more than 25 years in prison, a man is finally cleared of a crime. Tavares Hutchinson was wrongfully convicted of robbing a newlywed in 1999. The Innocence Project helped him regain his freedom. Local 10's Magdala Louisen is live in Fort Lauderdale, waiting for Hutchinson to walk out of jail. Magdala?
Nicole, Tavares Hutchinson was 24 years old when he was sentenced, and he is now 49. At any moment, he should be coming out of the jail.
Yeah, I mean, he did 25 years in prison for robbery, man. I'm not mad at this guy. I just want to know if he really did it, because the Innocence Project is fraudulent, man. That's some BS, man. I just want to see if he really did it. I want to see if the white man set him up. Because basically the Innocence Project basically is like, the white man is putting all these brothers in jail. I want to see if the white man put him in jail. Let's see.
Here, his legal team, who has played a huge part in this, is anxiously waiting for his release.
Judge Bober did in court was acknowledge that Mr. Hutchinson no longer should be in prison.
Tavares Hutchinson is finally a free man after spending 26 and a half years in prison for a crime he did not do. His lawyer with the Innocence Project, Brandon Scheck.
Yeah, there's absolutely no guarantees in this. Once someone is convicted.
God damn, Juice Crew. Listen, I have no problem with this guy getting out after 26 and a half years for robbery. I just want to know if he did it or not. Because they're saying for a crime he didn't commit. I want to see what happened. Can we get some facts of the case?
It's very hard and especially on a life sentence, very hard to get out from under that.
In 2000, a jury sentenced Hutchinson to life in prison for robbing a man in Fort Lauderdale at gunpoint, taking his wedding ring and gold chain. Hutchinson was determined.
How did he get life for robbing somebody at gunpoint? How did he get life for that? What was his record like to get life for that? Press 1. What kind of record do you gotta have to get a life sentence for robbery? How many priors did this nigga have? See, listen, a life sentence for a robbery. Nigga, you getting probation for a robbery, motherfucker. How the fuck did he get a life sentence for a robbery? This nigga must be 36 strikes. How the fuck? Listen, like even the greenest motherfucker, even the greenest person out there know you're not getting no life sentence for no robbery. Probation, maybe 5 years if you got a long record. 5 years, like George Floyd, he got 5 years for his shit. But, you know, I know dudes that got a lot of time for robberies, though. I know dudes that got a number. They didn't get a life sentence, though. They got 30 years or something. I don't know anybody who's gotten an L for a robbery. I do know some dudes that got slammed young, too, for robberies, too. I'm not going to lie. But I know a lot of dudes that got probation. I never heard of an L for a robbery. I never heard of that. I'm sorry.
In 2000, a jury sentenced Hutchinson to life in prison for robbing a man in Fort Lauderdale at gunpoint, taking his wedding ring and gold chain. Hutchinson was determined back then that he didn't do it. Because of that, he reached out to the state attorney's office, who tapped in the Innocence Project to investigate his innocence. It took 2 years to gather facts and learn he actually is.
We talked to the victim, who actually recanted his identification and told us very candidly that he believes that he misidentified Mr. Hutchinson. There's other evidence to support that.
Sheck tells me the robbery charge will stay on Hutchinson's record, and there could be plans to have it overturned in the future. I asked him, how did they keep Hutchinson hopeful in the 2 years they searched for the truth?
It's very hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but you know, Tavares is a man of very strong faith. He's always had this faith, and he believes in himself, and he knows what the truth is, that he didn't commit this crime. And he really believed in us.
And again, a Broward County judge resentenced Hutchinson for time served, which is the 26.5 years. The next thing for him is to go to Tallahassee. According to his legal team, that's where he will be living, where he will start a new life there. We're live in Fort Lauderdale. I'm Magda Lusan, Local 10 News.
Tonight, only on 11 Alive, family and friends of a Metro Atlanta man killed by an off-duty Atlanta police officer in Buckhead are demanding justice. 44-year-old Linton Blackwell was shot in a parking lot behind a...
Yeah, we did this. He was a rapper. We couldn't find his rap name, listen to none of his music, but we covered this a few weeks ago.
Bar on October 11th. Tonight, an autopsy report reveals Blackwell was shot 17 times and nearly every single bullet hit him in the back. 11 Alive.
Jesus Christ. Fuck. Usually cops don't shoot you that often. Usually they just shoot at you and put you down.
Blackwell was shot 17 times and nearly every single bullet hit him in the back. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn has been following the story since the night it happened, and just hours ago, he filed this report after speaking with Blackwell's manager, who says he just wants justice for his best friend.
My name is Timothy Coleman, and I'm Linton Blackwell's manager.
Born and raised in Metro Atlanta.
Preferably from some projects called East Lake Meadows, a.k.a. Little Vietnam, which we rep proudly. We got it on the shirt right here.
44-year-old Linton Blackwell, better known in the local music scene as B. Green, but more importantly, a father, brother, and son.
Big old family from the East Lake Meadows. I mean, a loving family, man, and I just hurt for him, man. You know, he just leaves a lot behind.
Blackwell was shot and killed by Atlanta police officer Gerald Walker, who was off duty working a side job in Buckhead at Five Paces Inn.
I just fell to my knees because I couldn't believe it. And I couldn't believe that it was 17 times in the back. Like all the shots. It's not one shot in the front. It's all 17 in the back.
Everyone agrees an altercation happened at the bar.
Linton, I guess, was escorted out of the premises or whatnot.
The GBI says Officer Walker approached Blackwell outside, followed him around the corner.
The officer ensued, chased him down, and gunned him down. That's what we know.
The GBI says Blackwell got into a vehicle and put something in the back of his waistband.
if he wasn't pointing a gun at you or doing anything, what does that have to do with you shooting him in the back 17 times? That means he wasn't facing you. He wasn't a threat. Okay?
The officer gave commands regarding a gun before the officer opened fire.
I want him locked up. Gerald Walker needs to be behind bars.
The GBI is still investigating. Once they finish, the case will be handed over to the DA to decide whether a grand jury will consider charges. Atlanta police also conducting their own internal investigation.
Wow.
Arlington police and FBI agents say they work together to get members of a dangerous gang off the streets. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager.
I'm Heather Hayes. Law enforcement announced the arrests of 21 suspects, all suspected of numerous violent crimes. Fox 4's Alex Boyer live in Dallas with those details. Alex.
Hey guys, you know, it's interesting to hear the police chief say that this one particular gang is responsible for the vast majority of violent crime in the city of Arlington. So what the police chief did in 2024 was ask the FBI field office here in Dallas for help. And last Thursday, they conducted a sting operation and arrested 21 suspects. These are the mugshots of 21 suspects in a street gang known as Kikto, arrested in connection to a string of violent crimes committed in the city of Arlington.
Since January of 2022, we have documented 180 criminal incidents involving Kikto members.
On Wednesday, the Arlington police chief and the assistant special agent in charge of the FBI Dallas field office held a news conference to announce the results of a joint operation that began in 2024. Last Friday, law enforcement officers arrested the suspects living in several cities across North Texas. They are all between 18 and 23 years old.
But do not let the ages distract from the havoc that they've inflicted upon our community. These gang members allegedly use violence and intimidation to protect power, territory, and profits. They instilled fear in their victims and took revenge on their rivals.
The investigation ramped up after a deadly shooting in 2024 at Bowie High School. Police say then 17-year-old Julian Howard committed the crime. He's now serving a 40-year prison sentence.
Robbed and assaulted in.
That little motherfucker got 40 years. God damn. 40. They just be throwing their lives away, man. Take the pledge. Support the channel. Take the pledge. Take the pledge. Sponsor tonight's show. We back. Listen, man. That little fucker got 40 years. For being a gangster.
Bowie High School. Police say then 17-year-old Julian Howard committed the crime. He's now serving a 40-year prison sentence.
Kikto members robbed and assaulted an individual at gunpoint. Detectives later determined that the deadly shooting that occurred at Bowie High School was in retaliation to that incident.
And investigators say it was also Kikto gang members who were responsible for a shootout in the parking lot of Arbrook Park Apartments back on March 10th. A 13-year-old girl asleep inside an apartment was hit by a stray bullet. Some fearful residents recorded cell phone video as they hid.
Bro, and there's still cop cars coming through. Like, cop cars keep coming through and going over there.
The suspects face a wide range of federal charges, including racketeering.
You know, when you're part of a street gang, you know, they promise you power, money, friendship, all of those things. But at the end of the day, all it does is lead to betrayal, jail.
Yeah, they snitching on each other. All these motherfucking cocksuckers are ratting on each other. They all in the fucking interrogation room having fucking vivid ass conversations with the detectives and shit. All these gangsters. There's some of them that's not gonna say nothing, but it don't matter. Like you don't get nothing for not saying nothing. You just get more time. Those niggas, man. All these niggas. Jeez.
Time or even death.
And I'm told by authorities that if the suspects are convicted on these federal charges, they face prison sentences anywhere from 20 years to life in prison. The Arlington police chief and the FBI special agents say that this operation is far from over. Back to you.
New details about a Carver High School student gunned down after getting off the school bus in Hollygrove.
New Orleans police still working to determine a motive, and they're trying to find whoever fired those deadly shots.
WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor live from the scene where it all unfolded with the very latest on the investigation and what the family is saying. Shay.
Gina and Travers family members are reflecting on the life of 17-year-old Eric Simmons III. We're told that he didn't live in this area and was only visiting a friend when literally gunned down by two other people.
I just came out my door. I saw a group of cops taped everywhere. And I'm just looking like, what is going on around there? Because don't nothing happen around here like that.
Neighbors along Strollage Street described seeing crime scene tape, shell casings, and a bloodstained street following the Wednesday shooting.
I see a lot of kids around here, so I would have never thought nothing to happen like that.
Officials say 17-year-old Eric Simmons III was gunned down while exiting a school bus in this area. We spoke with his mother, who says he loves sports and hoped to attend Xavier University one day. Officials say he was still wearing his George Washington Carver High School uniform while taking his final breaths.
But it's hard to see somebody, kid just laying down there. Now, what if that was your kid? And it's just hard to see that.
According to Metropolitan Crime Commission, there's been an uptick in cases where young people have been killed. This killing marks 10 as compared to 7 the same time last year. New Orleans police currently don't know a motive or have any idea who pulled the trigger.
Right now, detectives are in the process of gathering information to identify the suspect.
Right now, the community is shaken and reflecting on the life lost after his school day.
Looked like he had his book sack on, and he looked like he was just coming home from school, and that's terrible.
And on your screen right now, a statement from George Washington Carver High School. They say the Carver community is grieving the tragic passing of the senior. They go on to say that their hearts are with the family and loved ones. Counseling services are also being provided to students and teachers. Also, if you do have any information at all that could aid officers in making arrests, you're being urged to contact Crime Stoppers at 822-1111. Reporting live from Hollygrove, Shay O'Connor, WDSU News.
Wow. Unbelievable, man. I thought New Orleans had gotten better, but apparently.
Now to a story only on 6, a teen turning heartbreak into hope.
WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor shares how this year's Miss Warren Easton is sharing the crown with her best friend she lost to gun violence nearly 3 years ago.
They say life is 10% of how you make it.
High school really does go by so fast. And I'm like, I know I have to do this. I have to represent for me, not only for me, but also for Kennedy, because I feel like I'm living for too.
And 90% of how you take it.
While being Miss Warren Easton, I also maintain playing 2 sports, having a job, and keeping my grades up.
For this year's Miss Warren Easton, Sejal Muhammad, that saying couldn't be more true. She's a living example of turning pain into purpose and progress.
3 years ago, I did not imagine having any of this. I was not sure if I still wanted to be at Easton because it was so emotional coming to school no longer with my friend that I used to go to school with.
A January nearly 3 years ago, Muhammad will never forget.
We read a lot of TikToks. We did a lot of writing together.
Her best friend Kennedy Belted, shot and killed while at a sleepover in Little Woods, just months after the two started 9th grade at Easton, where they were inseparable.
It was times where I was very depressed.
But Sejal chose not to carry the hurt. Instead, she focused on her future, earning enough college credits to start as a sophomore and making her dream of becoming homecoming queen a reality. It's something she knows Kennedy would celebrate.
I most definitely think she's proud of me right now because I've continued doing everything that I have been doing since she knew me.
In her homecoming gown, Sejal carries Kennedy's initials. She says she'll keep her with her always, while sharing a message for others facing grief.
Find people who support you, who love you, who are going to be in your corner and say, no matter what, even if you're doing good, doing bad, we're going to be here for you.
Sejal is already raking in acceptance letters from universities across the United States. She plans to major in mass communications with a minor in political science in the fall. Reporting for more.
Yeah, man. Unfortunate, man. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Being black in America, fucking. Everybody hit that like button for me, man. Sponsor the show, man. We in here off the early, late night, man. We keep bringing this to you, man. Appreciate all you guys joining us, man. Let's see what's going on right now.
$0.29 pound turkey. 29-cent pound turkey. You're supposed to spend $35 to get the turkey for 29 cents a pound.
Well, tonight, here we are, 2 weeks from Thanksgiving Day, and an argument over, of all things, a turkey ended in gunfire. The person you just heard from works at the Food Lion off North Main Street in High Point, and she says she was caught in the crossfire. Good evening. This is the Fox 8 10 o'clock news. I'm Neil McNeil.
I'm Katie Nordine. High Point police say the shooting happened just after 6 this evening and left one person with non-life-threatening injuries. Let's get straight out to Fox 8's Justin Lundy, who joins us live outside the Food Lion. So, Justin, what else have you heard?
Well, witnesses say that several families were inside the store at the time of the shooting that led to bullets flying through this glass window and also injuring one person.
All over a turkey, a 29-cent pound turkey.
That's what Paris Harris says led to a shooting at this Food Lion on North Main Street in High Point. Harris says she was working inside the store Thursday night when she was approached by a disgruntled customer.
Trying to explain to him that the turkey, you got to spend $35 to get the turkey for $4.44.
He got upset over that?
He got upset over that.
Harris says another customer then intervened.
A customer came from Register 6, ran over to the man that was all in my face, was like, this is a woman, talk to me like that. Next thing you know, they right there, confrontation go on, they fighting. The man was steady tussling, trying to get his gun out of his pouch to shoot the other man. He couldn't get it. So when he did finally get the gun out of his thing, he pointed at the man's face. And the man was like, oh, you want to pull out a gun? He come out this door. The other one come out that door. They met right there where them officers at and started shooting.
High Point police say officers responded to the shooting around 6 o'clock that night, and one person was left with non-life-threatening injuries. Harris says the store was full of families and children.
When they first started shooting, our manager directed everybody to hit the back door because that's the procedure of what we're supposed to do when an incident like this happens.
With bullet holes in the store windows and the parking lot riddled with evidence markers, Harris is having a hard time processing why such a big deal was made over what many see as a deal.
Mentally, I'm not here. Physically, I am, but mentally, this has really messed me up. I've never been in a situation like this before. I've been with Food Lion 3.5 years. I've never experienced this.
High Point police say that this shooting investigation is still currently being investigated, and also the person who was injured in this shooting is currently recovering in the hospital. Reported live in High Point, Justin Lundy, Fox 8 News.
All right, Jeff.
Wow. Let's see if we can get some footage.
Tonight,
of
we're
that.
taking you inside the local food line where police say two customers clashed over a turkey, resulting in one man pulling out a gun and pointing it in the other man's face. A customer shared that video of that violence with Fox 8 this afternoon, and it's given us a clearer picture about what happened before these shots were fired outside the store on North Main Street in High Point. Welcome to the Fox 8 6 o'clock news. I'm Michael Hennessy.
I'm Katie Nordine. We have now learned 64-year-old Mark Foy and 55-year-old Antonio Johnson are each being charged with going armed to the terror of the public and causing a fight in a public place, causing fear to the people in the area.
Yo, I didn't even know that was a charge. Like, how many sons should have that on their record? Starting a fight in a public place. Yo, this is crazy. I'd never heard of these charges.
Dean, we have now learned 64-year-old Mark Foy and 55-year-old Antonio Johnson are each being charged with going armed to the terror of the public and causing a fight in a public place, causing fear to the people in the area. Fox 8's Gretchen Stinger joins us now live in High Point. So, Gretchen, what are people saying about what exactly happened here?
Well, Katie, Michael, most people were actually really hesitant to speak to me about the shooting that happened last night. I did speak to a woman off camera, and she says she comes to this grocery store pretty frequently to grab her groceries, and she needed to do so today, which she was a bit hesitant, but she says she still came, but she felt like her senses were heightened while she was grabbing her groceries. Police say it all started when a customer began to argue with a Food Lion employee over a turkey. While that wasn't captured on video, this was when another customer stepped in and two customers got into a fight and a gun was pulled. Police are now naming the two men, 64-year-old Mark Foy and 55-year-old Antonio Johnson.
Everybody get out! Don't pull your gun! You got a gun! Don't pull your gun! Don't pull your gun! Stop!
I mean, that's what the gun is for, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Dude is kind of roughing him up. I mean, what is he if he's got a gun on him? That's literally the time to use it. Like, if you don't use your gun in this situation, then like you just an advocate for a gun. You know what I'm saying? You're not really about this. You're like, yo, this is right when you use the gun.
Eventually, Foy and Johnson stopped fighting and walked opposite ways to exit the store. You can see that here. But it's what happens after the video that left people running for their lives. We get a glimpse of that terrifying moment through a 911 call.
We just had an altercation and a gun was almost pulled. What do you mean? They're shooting. At the Food Lion on North Main Street, they're shooting. Okay, all right, everybody get down. Is anybody hit? What's in the building? Go out the back door.
Investigators say one of the men went outside and got a gun. The two exchanged gunfire outside the store. Police say Johnson was shot in the arm and treated at a local hospital. People in the nearby area thought it was coming from the building they were in. We can hear that in these calls for help.
At the YMCA in High Point, behind like the Food Lion and AMC. I'm told there's an active shooter. Are you at the Y? I'm hiding right now, yeah.
Meanwhile, inside the Food Lion store, customers hid where they could until police came to get them.
We're in the back.
Do you know where the shooter is?
Customers. I have no idea where the shooter is.
Okay.
We're in the back. We locked ourselves up in the back room.
How many are with you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
7 in the back room? Like, is it an employee room?
Yeah, it looks like an employee room.
Okay.
Nearly 24 hours later, the only thing left from the chaos is this: a bullet hole in the store window. I went inside the Food Lion a bit earlier, and they tell me that nobody's allowed to speak on this matter today. But I have been out here for quite a while, and I've observed that business has carried on as usual. In High Point, Gretchen Stinger, Fox 8 News.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to show y'all something, man. That's what I wanted to show y'all. Jesus Christ. Check this out. I ain't sleep, man. I ain't sleep. You want to come up? I'm not asleep, man. I've been up for like 2 days straight with these kids, though. I am gonna get some sleep when I get off of this joint. I've been up for like 2 days straight with these kids, man. My wife out of town. My wife is out of town, man. So I've been up for 2 days straight with these kids, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Oh shit. Lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. I don't know. What is weird? 1910. 1910. Comet madness blamed. So this is when Halley's Comet came by. Induces negress to hold up storekeeper. Bedford City, Virginia, May 17th, 1910. A Negro woman whose name has not yet been learned entered the store of J.A. McCauley at Goody yesterday, flourishing a loaded revolver. And she held up Mr. McCauley and his son until taking advantage of an opportunity. When she had the revolver pointed another way, they wrestled it from her. She was taken into the county jail for safekeeping. She talks about the elements, the sun, etc. And from all indications, the comet caused her mental aberration. Holy shit, this really happened. It says there was a worldwide frenzy surrounding Halley's Comet, which was visible in 1910 and passed closest to Earth on May 18th, the day after the attempted robbery. The fear, scientists had confirmed that the comet's tail contained a poisonous gas, cyanogen, though experts assured the public that the gas was too diffuse to cause harm. Sensationalist newspapers whipped up mass panic. Oh wow, that's crazy. White nurses and black patients. 1909. White nurses and black patients. This is in Baltimore, Maryland in 1909. One of the most disgusting and deplorable influences in hospital life, especially in its inimical effect on the white nurses, is the presence of foul, loathsome, degraded, and brutal Negro patients. The lowest of the low. The most detestable of all created beings. The great majority of these animals, when brought into the hospitals, have not had a bath for months or even years. And it is frequently found necessary to use powerful antiseptics in addition to the ordinary cleansing substances in order to remove the accumulated filth and destroy the innumerable vermin which inhabit their foul bodies. Now, when we consider the fact, the work of giving baths and administering manual massage must be done by the white nurses who are called upon to work in the Negro wards. As well as the white wards, the mere thought of such a thing. Poor white nurses, man. Poor white nurses, man. Damn, man. This song says 99 9/10% of Negroes treated in our hospital are not worth saving. Damn. Yo. Damn. This is in the paper. 99 9/10% of Negroes treated in our hospitals are not worth saving. And when their worthless lives are saved, to what purposes? God damn. At some future time, the male Negroes will commit assaults on our white women, while the females will sit in white people's laps in streetcars, as has occurred in numerous cases. For the savage brute that is in them is bound to manifest itself sooner or later. He said the sisters was sitting in white people's laps on the streetcars. That's bananas. I gotta look that up, man. That's crazy. These are the buses, the early buses, streetcars. So they said sisters get on and sit on white people's laps if there ain't no seats there. That's crazy. I gotta look that up, man. Is that? Salute to you guys. My bad. I forgot I dropped the link. What's up, man? What's happening?
Knock. This is we're heading into my favorite time of year when people, the holiday season, when people shoot each other over turkeys or, Black Friday bargains. It's going to be exciting.
Oh yeah. This
You
is
know,
crazy, man. Go ahead.
I like the term Negress. Sounds dangerous.
Regress. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It does sound dangerous.
It sounds like a candy bar, like a Negress with almonds.
Yeah, man. It sounds dangerous and harmless, man.
A
Like not a
chocolate,
whole Negro. Yeah, not a
a
Negro,
chocolate
but a
bar.
Negress. You know?
Nougat in the
Yeah,
center.
a teensy weensy bit less dangerous, right?
Yeah. It says they said that the black women would sit on the white people's laps in the streetcars back in 1910 and shit. God damn.
Man.
That's
That's
crazy.
why.
Like,
But you know what? A lot of the sisters, if correct me if I'm wrong, that we've seen in these throwbacks, they're not as big as they are today, right?
nah,
Is that fair to say?
fat. Yeah, probably not. Nah, I don't know. Who knows?
I mean,
Some
it feels like
Mandy's birthday.
Americans overall are bigger today than they were before anyway.
It was
In
before
general.
the introduction of corn syrup.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, but these black people was eating a lot of starch too. But we'll see, man. It says after a Negro has once been waited on by a white person, especially in the performance of such menial, lowly, and servile tasks as nurses must perform in all cases of Negro patients, the blacks more than ever feel assured that they are the equals or even the superiors of the white people. And there is nothing that so tends to promote the idea of social equality in their infantile brains. Damn, this is a scathing joint, man. It says, as Miss Marbury said in his speech at Edison, as Mr. Marbury said, it causes them to assume an attitude of haughtiness, make them offensive, self-assertive, and often arrogant towards the white race. So they saying like during Jim Crow and shit, that everybody had to have their separate shit, where niggas had to have their own movie theaters and their own, stores and shit. They couldn't use the white people stuff. They go to the hospital and the white nurses have to tend to them. And he said it made them feel, uppity. I don't know. What do you think? What do you
I
think?
think that whoever wrote this article, if only he could see where we're at now. When was this written? Like in what?
1909, I think.
Yeah, if only he could see the sisters now.
Yeah, man. Boone Sheik is turning up, man.
I'd love to hear his what he'd write about them today.
Yeah, man. Salute, man.
He'd probably have some different adjectives in his arsenal.
Yeah, the word negress would probably be all over that joint.
This one says, it is so frequently referred to as such cases openly by blacks as poor white trash. I've heard Negroes who have been in hospitals openly boast that they were waited on and given baths by pretty, aristocratic young white girls. And they seem to think that this gave them a sort of social prestige and superiority. The fact that they will be obliged to work in Negro wards in what keeps thousands of fine, educated, and in every way desirable white girls from entering our hospitals as nurses, and thus their superior services are entirely lost to the hospitals. Oh, so once they work in the Negro wards, the whites ain't want them. Damn. You white people were mean, though. I will give you that, man. Even though niggas wasn't scared of y'all, like, that's completely overblown. How scared black people were of white people. Y'all were pretty based, man. And the things you're saying about us aren't very nice, man. Jimmy Fields.
Where's this article from? What part of the country?
This is Baltimore.
Baltimore. Wow.
Again, if this Glider King could only see where Baltimore is today, I wish I could see his face. The awe it would be, like his jaw would drop. It would dislodge.
Yeah. Man, let's get back to the present time, man. Salute to everybody out there. How many people we got in? 95. Everybody hit the like button, man. Don't be afraid to take the $5 channel and support the channel. The work we're doing here tonight, man. We going all over the place, man. You this education, man. Stay out of prison, man. White people, man, and black people. Let's see.
That's always been my plan.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah.
Plan A.
Now at noon, our cameras were there earlier this morning when former NFL star Antonio Brown walked out of jail and was greeted by his lawyer. He is charged with attempted second-degree murder. CBS News Miami's Steve Majiri is live outside the jail in West Miami-Dade. And Steve, Brown didn't say much when he came out.
No, Naja, Antonio Brown was very quiet as he came out of jail, but he was happy to be free. He is accused of shooting at a man that he got into a fist fight with during a boxing event in Miami back in May. Brown's attorney says that his client is innocent and was acting in self-defense.
Yeah.
After finding out, Antonio Brown got his first taste of non-jail food in days.
God is great.
He's been in custody ever since U.S. Marshals brought him back from Dubai to face a second-degree attempted murder charge in Florida.
We're extremely grateful that he's out.
That's in connection to an incident outside of a boxing event in Miami in May, where police say Brown took a gun from a security staffer and fired 2 shots. The victim claimed a bullet grazed his neck. Police say Brown is seen holding a gun in this video, and then gunshots are heard. Brown's attorney showed this photo of the victim's injury in court, arguing the injury isn't consistent with the bullet graze. A judge allowed Brown to get out of jail with a $25,000 bond. The victim's attorney says his client is lucky to be alive.
And this is on video. Mr. Brown leaves, goes to his car, comes back and starts rapidly firing at my client. By the grace of God, he was saved.
Brown's attorney says that his client acted in self-defense and was using his own gun to protect himself against a man he had problems with in the past. Brown's lawyer also didn't say much outside of the jail, other than that he's glad Brown can be home while the case makes its way through the courts.
He's extremely eager to rejoin his family, who he loves dearly.
Now, Antonio Brown's bond does have conditions. He cannot contact the victim, and he also has to wear an ankle monitor at all times. If Antonio Brown is convicted of this charge, he could spend up to 15 years in prison.
Yeah,
in West Miami-Dade, Steve Majiri, CBS News, Miami.
Stay with us, Zach.
What do you mean? Come on, man.
No, he's been doing pretty good, Jimbo.
Yeah. I'm ready for sleep.
Let's see what else.
You've been using the thing to sleep?
Well, not really. These last 2 days, I ain't getting no sleep. My kids, they ain't been going. Today was the first night I've been able to get them to go down, man. This is the first time I've been able to get them to go to sleep, man, on time, man. Well, they went to sleep at like 11 tonight, but usually they've been going to sleep at like 1 or 2, man. They taking advantage of me because they sleep with their mother and in the bed, right? Because I can't sleep in the bed with them because I got the CPAP, right? So I gotta sleep, another bed. So they're not sleeping because their mother's out of town. So yeah, man, I ain't get no sleep these last 2 days, man. I ain't gonna lie, but because I slept with my CPAP, the few hours I did get some sleep, that's amazing how that shit work, man. Like, it's just like sleep just be enriching, man, when I was using my CPAP, man. Because if I hadn't used my CPAP these last couple of days, yeah, I wouldn't even be doing no show tonight. I'd have been
Ironically enough, the CPAP was invented in Africa.
Yeah, man. We invented the CPAP, man. Yeah. You ain't lying, man. And the white man stole it.
It's a little late, but I recently put up a video about all the girls doing blackface over Halloween. It's about a minute long.
Oh. Where is it?
I threw the link for it in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
It's Lily Gaddis and some girl named Venti, and another girl all doing the blackface.
But well, blackface is in vogue, man.
Yeah, it's kind of when everybody's doing it, it's not as fun. You know,
I don't even know. I don't even know what. Like, I don't think it's funny personally. The blackface, it's whatever.
I like it, man. Because you know what, man, I like my black girls with straight hair, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man.
Trade-off.
Got that good shit, man. Yeah, man.
Listen up, a black woman is speaking.
Oh no.
Respect black women or else.
Oh no. You're wearing blackface.
This one's not with us.
That's gonna cause some problems.
Come outside and do it.
If only there was some way to enjoy the thrill of blackface without all the blowback from sensitive types. Well, now, there is. With I Can't Believe It's Not Blackface Cream. Goes on like your favorite protective sunscreen and dries clear, yet feels so much like blackface, you'll find yourself saying,
Wow! I can't believe it's not blackface.
with I Can't Believe It's Not Blackface, you'll finally experience the sensation of freedom and confidence that blacks have, enabling you to dunk a basketball, show up late for work, or litter for up to 8 minutes and 16 seconds. Caution, exceeding the usage recommendations can lead to intense pain, profuse sweating, difficulty in breathing, loss of consciousness, violent convulsions, and finally, warning, not a real product or a real issue.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, man, that's good, man. Yeah, man. Listen, man.
SPF blackface cream?
I think I might have to get some of that for my white friends for Christmas, man.
I can't believe it's not blackface, man.
Yeah, man.
You don't feel so bad about messing up on a test at school? It makes life easier.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's my son. Let me go get him.
How you been, Wicked?
Hey, what's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm all right. We're getting some rain out here today, man.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice over here. Can't complain.
You're in the Midwest, right?
Yeah.
I think you're in my hometown.
Oh, nice.
I was there till I was 14.
Oh, what general part?
Southside. Marquette
Park. There you go. What was it?
Marquette Park.
Oh, there you go. Were you here for the Klan? They said Marquette used to be a Klan stronghold.
It was there was like American. That was George Lincoln Rockwell and American Nazi Party was there. And I remember.
Yeah.
I remember my uncle was a cop in Chicago, and he told us, hey, because we lived in that area and they were not far from there. He said, just stay in your house today. There's going to be some big march or something like that. Yep, that was the time.
Was that the King March?
No. That was the
Nazi one.
Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually wrote the swastika and everything.
Yeah, I'm familiar. They said it was a pretty racist neighborhood once upon a time. A tough neighborhood. They said that, and I don't know how true this is, but they said that in Marquette Park, they hung black men. like they would hang black men, but you know how they lied about all that
Yeah,
shit.
there's so much myth to stuff. I never heard that, but that doesn't mean they didn't do it. You know.
Nah,
They
you
had
know, I don't believe them, but if they did do it, I don't doubt that it was well deserved. You know.
It didn't work for whatever. It didn't work.
Well, look, man. I'm a history buff, right? And I read about how the gliders prevented sons from moving in as best they could. They kept sons east of Western, and you know how well
Yeah,
you know
that was
how
it.
that ended, how that's going.
Yeah, they didn't hold the line. That's back when it was a lot of like Polish and Irish and Lithuanian
Yeah,
neighborhoods.
Lithuanians, Eastern Europeans who
Mhm.
were tough. They were tough gliders.
They
One of the
came here to
one,
make it. They weren't offered free shit to come here. They came here because they wanted a job and they made their lives. They weren't getting
right?
free.
You know, the hombreros too, man. The Mexican hombreros that moved into those neighborhoods,
Yeah.
they never got free shit either. You know,
They
Bryden
couldn't risk
Park.
it 'cause they couldn't risk many because they were then be pegged as illegal and tossed out.
Well, I mean, I don't even think that they necessarily wanted free shit. Kind of like the Polacks or the Lithuanians. They just worked. All
Yeah.
they wanted to do was get a fucking job and fucking raise their families, right? I mean, look at Brighton Park, right? Really, a lot of these hombrero neighborhoods now were Eastern European strongholds. Even Little
Mhm.
Village was what is it, a Czechoslovakian community
Yeah.
once
There
upon a
was
time.
lots of Czechs. Yeah. That whole part of town was full of that shit, you know.
Yeah, Brighton Park. I was reading about Brighton Park and the Polish. How Pope John Paul went there to visit when he
Right.
became the first Polish Pope.
Yeah. Chicago had the
But
largest population of Polish people outside
yeah,
of Warsaw, Poland. There was no other. The second biggest city in Poland didn't have as many Polish in it as Chicago did at the time.
you know what, Jimmy? Funny you say that. I was just thinking about that today. How I'm kind of surprised at how many Catholics, how people are not really. My impression just being around gliders here was that Catholics were more prominent than they really are. But Protestants are the largest denomination. But again, just being around the Irish here, the Italians, I thought the gliders were predominantly Catholic like us.
They were, but they lost their Catholicism. A lot of them,
But
as I lost mine in the 80s, 90s.
but they're
I kind of
still cradle Catholics of sorts.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I
They're,
mean?
they're they're cultural Catholics. They can't help it.
I was, and again, that was my upbringing, right? Amongst the gliders. When I heard gliders talking about Catholicism being foreign to them, it kind of confused me because I always associated gliders with it as well. Makes sense?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
because over here, well, you know how it is. It's a lot of Polish, a lot of fucking Italians and Irish.
Hmm. Still,
Yeah, I would say they're more Americanized for sure, as you know,
but
but
you just think over the years, a lot of those neighborhoods get broken up and people move away, and my family did.
yeah, there's still some glider neighborhoods that are strong, like the Midway area. That was one of the strongest neighborhoods, Jimmy, where the gliders managed to keep away the Suns by force. I read about that during World War II. Sons that were coming back, they wanted to move to Midway. They felt they had the right to because they fought for the country and whatnot. But gliders made it a point not to allow them, dude. Think about that. I don't know if you know this, Jimmy, but the Midway area is one of the nicer areas in the city.
Hmm.
Even considering the hombreros, the violence comes from the hombreros, but it's still one of the nicer parts of the city, dude. If they were to allow those, and I don't doubt that those Sun men that fought could have been good men, but like I said, Blackistan is like one relative away. So if those men were to have been allowed to set roots in the Midway area, sooner or later that neighborhood would have been another Inglewood, another fucking Roseland.
It's always gonna regress to the mean, man.
And and I gotta tell you, that's a fucking shame. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's not even a shame. It's just like it's just a place where black people are. Like if you look at Nigeria, they're not just like whacking like one or two Christians and shit in Nigeria. They come through and like kill like whole villages.
Yeah, I was reading. I was reading about that. And they're not just killing. I hear Christians. They're killing everybody. It's not just like you're.
No doubt, but what I'm saying is them killing Muslims killing Muslims is like not no big news. They always kill each other, but
I'm with you.
But them killing Christians is like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when black people kill white people. You know what I'm saying? It's like you know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. I said it here, Penny. I'm a Catholic, and I agree with what you just said. Those are. And again, Fisherman is gonna hate me saying this, but at the end of the day, those are our brothers in Christ. But when I say it's a shame, I mean, I think it's a shame that good sons, have to not only live amongst that, but that we have to be apprehensive about them. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's a shame.
Here's the thing about sons, though. Sons like being bad motherfuckers, right? So, like, if the sons who are bad motherfuckers now were removed, they would be replaced by other sons who would become bad like a son man, the ego on the son man of being just like a tough guy and not taking no shit and, you know what I'm saying, being a badass motherfucker. We like addicted to that shit, right?
Yeah.
Some of us can't be that. Some of us can't be that because other sons are just bad as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but if those sons
it's like removed, a vacuum. It's like a vacuum, right?
Exactly. If those sons was removed, the other sons would be the same way. So it's like, I don't think there's any way to stop it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's part of
DNA.
Our DNA. Like some man just want to be a bad motherfucker, man. He don't really want nothing out of life. That's why we don't really do a lot of things that people think we should do in mass. Like, you should achieve this, you should achieve that. Some men don't want to do that. They want to be bad motherfuckers. And the way to be a bad motherfucker in the United States is in the street.
Right. But so these neighborhoods that I'm talking about with Jimmy, I'm telling you, I've read into it how the gliders forcefully prohibited sons from getting there. And I noticed that they allowed the hombreros in, though. Like, cautiously allowed them in. And then, the hombreros overran them. But from what I understood, they kind of let their guard down or allowed it because they saw commonality in the religion and, like, the family values and, like, even, like, the names. Right? Like, the hombrero names kind of had, like, sounded like the glider names. You know what I mean? Like my mother's name could be a Polish name, but it's not. It's an hombrero name, but the Polish also use it. Do you know what I mean? Same thing with my father-in-law. He has an hombrero name, but the Polish use the name too. Do you know what I mean? In their own way. So I think they allowed the hombreros. They let their guard down a bit.
Are those names Bible derived? Are they sort of like the Polish version of Mary, or kind of like that kind of thing?
You could say that. And again, I think it goes back to, like, I think the gliders saw, like, the religion, the Catholicism in the hombreros. But again, we've talked about it on our channel how the hombreros, if it's a glider neighborhood, the hombreros will bring it down from the gliders, but not as down as the sons would.
Sure.
And if you put hombreros in a sun neighborhood, the neighborhood will get better, but not as good as if it was gliders moving in, kind of deal. You know what I mean, Jimmy?
Absolutely.
So that's
I
kind of what
mean,
happened to those neighborhoods, Jimmy, and the Midway area,
Yeah.
including Marquette Park. Marquette Park is
Burrito now.
it's predominantly on Burrito, but Sons are in there. But it's Chicago, Jimmy. Like the more west you go, it's Gliders, and then it becomes
Mhm.
Glider on Burrito, then it becomes on Burrito, then it becomes on Burrito Sun, then it becomes Sun. Does that make sense? Kind of like you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like layers of plywood.
Yeah. It just
So the
starts to.
darker and the lighter, and it gets.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's pretty segregated, but I mean, it's a city of neighborhoods, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Each
If
neighborhood.
it were, think of what the murder rate would be and the robbery rate and all the other terrible rates if it were completely segregated, or not segregated, completely integrated, like per capita, everyone was spread out evenly, dispersed evenly. There would be no neighborhoods that were safe at all. There would be no Safeway neighborhood.
No, I don't even
Everybody
know.
would be.
I can't even picture it. I can't even picture Chicago like that. It's so
challenging.
like
You have to be
separate.
grateful for the segregation. Is the point? If you want to have a nice neighborhood,
Yeah.
it's going to be segregated.
I mean,
it's true.
We've talked about it here, man. People prefer that inherently, right? It just is what it is. But I know that the
If I had
Gliders
to
fought the Gliders fought tooth and nail to keep the Sun people away.
You got fishermen in the back.
Oh man, fishermen in the building, man. Hit the like button, everybody. Smash that like button, man. Smash that like button, man. Let's get this show out to the masses, man.
It's a show now.
Yeah, what's going on, fisherman? What's going on? Okay, he's I don't know what you're doing. But yeah, let's check up on this.
Play drinking PBR as we speak. Has blue ribbon.
Everyone, I'm Tanya Rivero.
And I'm Joe Torres. We'll get to those stories in just a moment. But first, we begin with breaking news of a deadly shooting in Newark's South Ward. 5 people wounded when gunfire erupted at the intersection of Chancellor Avenue and Leslie Street this evening. Prosecutors confirm at least 2 fatalities, including a 10-year-old boy and a 21-year-old woman.
A short while ago, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy posted to social media that he has been briefed about the shooting, and he asks for prayers for the victims and their families.
Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo has the late-breaking developments from...
Yes, well, police have locked down this portion of Chancellor Avenue. There are a number of grocery stores and liquor stores and shops nearby. Of course, the most troubling part, authorities say a child was killed in the gunfire. Police canvassed the area for evidence, none more shocking than the sheer volume of shell casings that had business owners ducking for cover.
Everybody hear the police. You say, what happened? Everybody think it's a firecracker.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's statement would prove otherwise. I've been updated on a shooting that took place earlier tonight in the South Ward of Newark, he writes, where preliminary details indicate that multiple victims were shot and killed, including a child.
It's disturbing. I mean, that's just the one word that I can pin to this reality that we're dealing with. Again, it's a sickness.
Law enforcement sources confirm at least 5 people were shot on Chancellor Avenue at around 7 o'clock tonight. At least 17 evidence markers could be spotted as police bombarded the area. A 10-year-old boy, one of the victims who lost his life. The other, a 21-year-old woman. Lamont Vaughn has seen too many families deal with this pain.
It's not something that is treated with one dose of medicine. It's a multi-layered approach that has to happen, and it takes the community, it takes the government, it takes the business community, it takes the parents, the residents, it takes everybody.
Right now, police are investigating the circumstances that led to this shooting as 3 other victims, an 11-year-old boy, a 19-year-old man, and a 60-year-old man recover in the hospital. No word yet on any suspects in custody. The Essex County Prosecutor's Office calling this an active and ongoing investigation. In Newark, Anthony Carlo, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Well, Let's see what else is going on, man. Yeah. Oh, shit.
On July 1st, 2024, police were called to Universal Studios in Orlando after reports of a battery.
Hello, what's going on? Did you just call?
I didn't just call.
Are you involved in the incident?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
Okay, so we were leaving the restaurant. Okay,
Annietos?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm walking towards the front door. My boys are, these are my sons.
Sure.
We're walking behind me. And the next thing I know, this woman walks past like this and says, "Excuse me."
Okay.
And like I said something back. I was like, "Excuse you." And she was like, "I don't need you to excuse me." Like, typical face. And so, like, whatever. We walked out. But like, I was like, I don't understand why that just happened. I don't even understand what we did. So I'm not gonna lie, I turned around, I went back up to her, she was in the bar. I went back up to her, I said, "Excuse me, can you explain to me what just happened?" Like, I just,
like why?
Yeah, exactly. She got right up in my face instantly, like gut to gut. We're all up in my face. "Go ahead, touch me so I can defend myself. Touch me," which I didn't. I lay a hand on her the entire time.
Okay.
So
It was like grinding against you. Too.
yeah,
like
like
moving
super.
against
And there's also a wall behind me, so I'm literally back up against
Okay,
the wall.
so she's just that with it, and she's asking you to put hands on her.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, completely up in my face. But I did it, and I kind of like squeezed my way out around her to leave again. Okay. This time, I don't even know what happened, but the next thing I know, there was all kinds of chaos behind me.
Okay.
And before I understood what happened, I turned around to see what's going on, and she's grabbing everywhere. Like at one point, she had me by
She grabbed your shirt.
2 hands.
Okay.
And then when they came to break it up, the dude's in between us, and she's still holding on to my shirt.
So you're up against the wall. She's up against you. Say, "Hey, put hands on me," and you end up squeezing around her. You're exiting. Your back is turned, and then you hear commotion. You turn around, and then what is the first thing that happens right after that point?
Her grabbing at me.
Okay,
I don't
what does that
remember exactly
specifically?
where-
What does that mean? Grabbing.
Her
So she grabs your shirt
to my shirt neck area. Like I have 2 necklaces broken.
Okay, so she
My
rips off
shirt
the necklace, rips off the shirt.
my sport bra. I just hear snapping of my clothing. And she hadn't like got to hear the word. I'm like this, so that I'm not flashing everything.
Right.
Like,
where are you guys from?
Local from Orlando.
Okay. Do you want to press charges on her?
I do.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
I do.
And then do you need the fire department for anything? Okay. Other than her grabbing your shirt, ripping off the necklaces, and then just the slight redness you have on your neck, what else happened physically?
Just this, the broken necklaces, the broken shirt.
So shirt,
this-
necklaces here, and then the guy got in between you, separated it, and then what happened
Yeah,
after that?
I think once he
And that was separated. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. So what's going on in there?
Yes, right here.
Okay. So
Yes, Officer Leo. Officer Leo.
What's going on?
Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, you have access to the cameras. Check the footage because I'm not going to perjure myself. I will never perjure myself. I'm not talking to you.
For what?
Yeah. Dismiss.
Yeah.
Talking to you.
What is wrong?
I was in there, enjoyed myself. I've been there for how many nights? And someone stole my phone. Maybe it's one of her people then. Maybe we should check her signal.
What's going on? So
I'm whispering. I'm whispering. I'm whispering. I'm whispering. I'm whispering. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm supposed to be on vacation. My husband is working, and I keep on getting.
So you were inside trying to enjoy yourself. What happened to get us hauled out here?
Someone decided that they have the complexion for protection, bumps into me and tell me I must tell her, excuse me. That's not how it works where I'm from.
If somebody bumps into you.
No, she deliberately bumped into me because she wanted to create a scene and she wanted me to look like the bad guy.
That happened here? That happened in Hearts?
Right up there. But it first started happening with wheelchair Karen. Or is it stroller? Because I do have children.
You have children here?
I'm a daughter, a mother, a wife. I am somebody.
Okay. You have children here, or is it just you?
My barrister will deal with the rest of this.
I don't know what a barrister is.
Google it. And that's not my water bottle. I have an actual water bottle with PT on it and my name on it. Every last one of my family last name I can remember.
Water bottle.
And that is not. I don't drink water out of a cup. I drink it out of a bottle. Oh, good for you.
That's my water.
That's not mine.
Thank you.
And my good friend Natasha is that Motorola. Axion. Okay, my good friend Natasha. We don't with Axon. Motorola.
That's okay. I got a lot of people.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto. Her quota is $1 million a month. 1 million. Who is that? It's not Motorola.
My radio's Motorola. Does that make it better?
Where's the dermatology? Where's the dermatologist?
Got it.
Nope.
You cannot get that off.
You're not going to You're not going to resist.
Quit the faith. I never gave you permission to put.
Hold down.
Are you trying to kick me right now? I promise you that is not the right move.
Yeah, quit the faith. Beat me up. Beat me up.
Relax. Calm down.
They're good.
You got to hurt the fans. You go get the victim. Y'all want to show up and show up over there.
What is this?
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready. Where's my child?
Yeah, go to the office.
Where is my mother?
You guys got her? Yeah. We're going to bring her here for a minute so we can get the show up.
Yes, but you're not supposed to be tight, right? You're not supposed to cut off circulation, right? But because French up there, and a pussy licking girlfriend.
Stop, or you're gonna end up on the ground. That's the last time I'm gonna tell you. Stop right now.
Please don't threaten me with a good time. Do
Right now.
not threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. Come on this way.
Let me see how much money I'm missing out of my bumper clock account because I click a face and I cut pussy licking girlfriend. Make me find out to create a face, take one penny out of my bumper clock bank account and she have to take a room key, right? Right? My property cannot stay on me.
Right. Elevator face the wall.
Sure. I love it in the corner. That's what prep school kids get. You understand how long good? How can you have insurance and still have bad skin? It does not work.
Back out.
What do you think, Ak?
Man, all that pushback he was giving you, Demi, when you were talking about it.
I know.
Where's my glasses? Where's my cheap glasses? Because my Versace is in the bag.
With the kids.
Watch and see. Create a face must have to go down to Miami. El Miami. You know, no habla español, only parle francés. Watch and fucking see.
Miami for what?
Miami, so nice.
Are you originally from Miami?
I'm originally from my mother's pussy. Where are you from?
Same place. Thank you.
Good for you.
It was nice and
Good
cozy.
for you.
So
Good for you.
Oh my God.
Mr. Huffman.
Yes.
I have stuff in my locker that I paid for.
Okay.
And I'm not.
You know what,
I do not want to have
$3,000 a
the
month for
Russia
rent
to get
and free
that stuff
groceries and health
Send
insurance.
Russian stuff out of your locker.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Maybe 40,000 of her countrymen can join her.
Anywho, I know where my locker is. I know my locker number. And necesito mi belongings.
Carry that for you.
I don't mind.
And I don't get to wear my glasses. Everybody else gets to look cool but me.
I got mine or glasses on. See you in the car.
Can I get my stuff?
We're bringing it with us.
No, the stuff that's in the locker.
We're not playing.
So how do I get my stuff out the
Trying
locker?
the locker number, man?
Yes,
What's the locker number?
32. I said this.
Where at?
25. In the locker.
Okay, which one?
How does that know? I can tell you where it is. I have to know how to direct you to it.
So how you want me to help you? You want to know-
Because the lady took off my key travel. The lady took off my key. So, so you're not going to give me my locker.
So you have to have a
It's tight on my wrist.
cuffs.
Sherlock, I keep saying it's tight.
I can put a one finger on both sides.
No, you cannot.
All right.
This is
Have a
tight.
seat
I'm a
beside the
disabled veteran. Okay, so I don't afford the right to handcuffs to be loose. So you really want me to lose my hand? You want them to
It almost feels like the ramblings of a mad sister, Sudak. Like a sister like angry Lozen.
She was charged with battery, criminal mischief, battery on a law enforcement officer, and resisting an officer without violence. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Rather than hearing what the charges were, I'd rather find out what they actually received and then served, if anything at all. Just out of curiosity.
Mystery. Yeah, man. Wow. Jeez. Now, because I watched that, it's popping up all a bunch of things like that, a bunch of damn. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh man, salute to everybody out there. Everybody hit the like button, man. Smash that like button.
New at 10, we are now hearing from a loved one of a man who was shot last weekend near San Francisco's Great Highway. He was hit by a stray bullet that flew into his home, and neighbors say that large teen gatherings at Ocean Beach have become increasingly disruptive and hard to control. KTV's Betty Yu is live near Ocean Beach tonight with the latest. Betty.
Christina, tonight, understandably, the victim is just too distraught to
That
speak
used to be a
on
really
camera.
quiet beach.
Neighbors tell us at these kinds of large weekend parties and gatherings here at Ocean Beach are not uncommon, but violence like this is. Video posted to social media shows the moments before gunfire erupted around 9 p.m. last Saturday near Ocean Beach at Fulton and the Great Highway. One clip shows 3 girls yanking and punching another girl. Another shows several scuffles spilling into the street. The chaos escalated into a shooting that left multiple young people wounded. A stray bullet flew through this glass balcony door and hit a 35-year-old man named Nathan inside his home. He had been looking outside to see what the commotion was. The bullet struck him in the abdomen. He lost a kidney and part of his bowel.
There was a bloody mark where he knocked. He was clutching his abdomen and said, "I've been shot through my window and I need help."
Nathan's neighbor called 911 and flagged down an SFPD officer.
I heard pops, like pop, 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 pop. Then I heard screaming. I heard like a woman's voice screaming and thought, that's different.
Nathan
looks like
has
a Catherine
undergone 3
McGonagall.
surgeries and is recovering at Zuckerberg San Francisco General. His girlfriend did not want to show her face on camera out of concern for her safety.
The bullet landed pretty close to his aorta and his spine, so we were concerned about that, but he's been up and moving. I know it's going to be a rough road ahead for sure. There's, fear there as well.
Neighbors have created this GoFundMe to help cover his medical bills while he's unable to work.
Just by virtue of living at the beach, I feel like we're kind of put in harm's way because there isn't a lot of enforcement at the beach, and every weekend it's rowdy.
Neighbors say large weekend gatherings of teenagers at Ocean Beach are routine and that enforcement is thin because the National Park Service and SFPD share jurisdiction.
So if you step on a foot onto the beach, right, you're in NPS territory. If you step off the beach, you're in SFPD territory. So a ball is being dropped here.
4 juveniles that were hurt suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The victim's girlfriend tells us that police are also looking into whether this shooting was gang-related. At this time, no arrests have been made. Live in San Francisco, Betty Yu, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Oh man. So yeah, guys, man. Let me come back and finish this tomorrow. Hopefully, I can get some sleep tonight and then come back fresh tomorrow, man. I got a bunch of fucking basketball videos I got to make for the other channel too, man.
I think it's probably best because tomorrow we'll have brand new, fresh Sun stories. These ones are already getting kind of old. These ones are from this afternoon,
Yeah, and the thing about that's crazy. Like, that's so crazy. Like, tomorrow, it will be all fresh shit. You don't have to recycle. Sons are like, yeah, that is just so amazing that we do that. And, like, no one, like, can talk about that. Like, I don't hear anybody, even when, you remember when Trump was going hard on the crime, I'm sending the National Guard. Yo, D.C. is on fire. Yo, so many people getting shot in D.C. and robbed and carjacking now, man. It's insane.
Are the feds still there? They've moved on, right?
No, I think they were supposed to be there until till Christmas.
But
they
that's what I
extension.
But I've always told you that you didn't understand. What you can't stop the sun from rising, right? You could get in the sun's way for sure. You could slow them down a little bit, right? But these sun words, I don't know if even you understand.
Yeah, I do.
How like
how volatile,
how hopeless, how hopeless they are. Like you ever seen what's up?
They're off the chain.
Yeah. I mean, look, the way I would describe it is like any zombie movie you've seen, right? On World War Z. It's like World War Z where the zombies are just doing what they do. Now, but I'm an asshole for saying that, though. I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we are off the hook, man.
You could have the Marines patrolling the fucking Marines could patrol DC, and these someones are still gonna somewhere.
Yeah, we
The only thing that won't work is just getting them all off the street, rounding them up like criminals, and just stacking them up somewhere. That's the only thing that's going to change it.
Yo, we fuck up your high school, man. Like your high school, like we fuck up your motherfucking neighborhoods. And listen, sons are always outside, right? Like so, like even when it's not a lot of them in the town, they're using public transportation. They walk in places and shit. You know what I mean? Their hangout gonna be like on a corner or on a porch and shit. You know what I'm saying? They visible, like they hella visible, man. You know what I'm saying? Sons don't like hide. They don't like play the background. They visible as a motherfucker.
Comfortable as hell, and that is not a problem in and of itself. That is what it is. The problem is when these motherfuckers out here violently victimizing everybody, bro.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like if a son man wants to be on public transportation annoying people, that sucks. But you don't have to be blindsiding a tiger lady with her groceries.
Yeah, but I do think that them being visible like that does fuck up shit because think about it, right? If you got the reputation you got, right? And let's just say it's 10% of y'all in the town, right? And you got the reputation you got, and motherfucker go to the gas station, and it's like 4 or 5 random, like just sons, just you could go there, you could come back 3 hours later, them niggas just at the gas station and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though it's only 10% sons in the city, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just like that make that gas station have an air of danger. Like, even like them sons ain't even got to do nothing. They don't have to shoot nobody, but just their presence because of the reputation, it give it an air of danger because
for sure.
Not only because of them, but like, what if they have problems with other sons? Some other sons will come up there and just kill them right there at the gas station. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when they around, it's that everything is turned up, the temperature's turned up on everything. Like in my town, I shit you not, man. In my town, you could go to the gas station, leave your key in the ignition, or leave your fob on the center console.
Yeah.
Go to the store, use the bathroom, buy something, come back to your car, and nobody gonna touch it. But sons are here now, right? So sons have you can't do that no more. Like little shit. Like in this town, like you could just you could just be free. And now sons are here, and listen, they haven't started like all the way. You know what I'm saying? The sons are just simmering right now, right? It's like the quiet before the storm and shit, right? But still, they look just like the sons in Chicago. They look just like the sons in Philly. Like
that's funny.
Cowtown, you know what I'm saying? Straight up,
dangerous.
Cowtown. These niggas look exactly like the niggas in DC. They act like it too.
And they would act violently like they would too, believe it or not. Like, look, I've seen videos of Dubai, right? And, well, they'll leave their keys in their Lamborghinis, right? And go out like you said. Or in Japan, where they leave like the keys to their mopeds like parked. They don't have sons, right? You could do that with any demographic. Now, mind you, in all those demographics, they could still steal your shit, except maybe the tigers, right? The tigers aren't.
No, the difference is with those societies, right? They don't steal your shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, the burritos might steal your shit. I'm not saying that they wouldn't, right? But my point is what you said. Like, that's just not. it's like you know how you said it before, how Sons are the main
Contract.
group that uses the word community. They're the main one that uses that word. Hispanics don't use that word, and we have a community. We
Exactly.
build upon it. We'll get there, and we'll build a fucking community. Like the little kid TV shows where there's a bakery. There's like just people like but like bee worker bees, right?
Sons don't have sons won't sons will come to the town, right? And people, like, for instance, we didn't have no New York fried chicken or Crown chicken. We didn't have none of that when I first got here. Now it's Crown chickens popping up and shit, and it's Chinese food junk. It was already Chinese food here, but more. And then like bodegas and corner stores, it's like the motherfuckers follow niggas. Like when niggas come to a place, people know, oh, we can go there and open up a corner store and sell fucking cigarillos and white teas and shit. You know
But
what
who
I'm saying?
owns that store? It's not owned by Sons. Who's owning that
Oh
store?
fuck no. Never. It's never owned by Sons. But what I'm saying is those people follow Sons. They're like roaches and shit. They're like a byproduct of Sons. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's weird how that shit
It's the
happen.
damnedest thing.
Yeah, like you got fucking Dominican fucking hair fucking blowout hair fucking for the women. You got the fucking starting to see fucking salons that do black hair and shit. And it's like, yo, it's crazy, yo. What the fuck? And it's just a fucking mess, man.
But my point being this, like, look, I know you've told me yourself, like, or maybe I get the impression you said that I'm hard on the brothers or something. I'm not as hard on the brothers as the brothers are in society, man. I mean, what are we? We're supposed to eat this shit. We're just eating this. Now, mind you, I will say this about the Sun Men. They're not trending the way I thought they would be trending in 2025. I thought their violence would be consistently going up, but for whatever reason, I was telling my buddy over here, right? Here in Chicago, it seems to be going down, right? The violent crime. You would think that you would think that Johnson's policy of hugging these songbirds, loving them until they love themselves, is actually working. We gotta love these songbirds until they love themselves.
It's not that.
It's not that. We know it's not that. We know it's not that. But you would think it was, man, the way it's going down, right? But I'm with you. The police are a part of it. I don't think they're I think it's more complicated. I think these songs, they're dying. The motherfuckers that were out here getting and busting are dying. They're in prison.
Well, hold on too. Like they're leaving too. Like Chicago,
and they're leaving. Yeah, Sons.
Like,
in the early 2020s, Sons were like fleeing the city, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is right
Yeah.
now, but in 21, 22, Sons were running the fuck out of here. Rightfully so, because they were butchering each other.
They're leaving. They're leaving like a motherfucker.
They're going to your town.
That's
They're going to where you say you at.
Well, and they just lie about statistics anyway, so you really don't know.
Yeah, but the bodies though, the bodies.
Yeah,
you can't hide the bodies.
they was leaving fish. Like those neighborhoods were like empty buildings. There was like an exodus.
No, I'm just saying, like, crime rates. Anytime they get on there and like 13% has dropped in whatever, I don't believe any of it.
But what about the bodies? Like I said, you really can't hide homicides that much. You can hide all body, maybe, but you can't hide all the bodies.
Well, you got to find out what cities those bodies, because wherever they go, like Phoenix and shit like that, and motherfucking Houston, you got to find out. Somebody got to do a deep dive and go how many Chicago transplants are being charged with murder in these new places. You know what I'm saying? Because the bodies are going, like, it don't disappear. The bodies just move somewhere else.
Right. And even like the dead bodies, you could maybe like make one dead body like something else, an accident, but you can't make all of them into accidents.
No. Now, in the way Sons kill, They don't kill, like they don't poison you. They don't, push you down the steps. They fucking shoot your ass on Main Street. You know what I'm saying?
Right. In the loudest way. Yeah, no, I mean, but it's been trending down, and I'm very intrigued by that, right? I wish I understood what that means. Because I don't know if you remember, but years ago I told you I thought it was gonna keep going up, like the 80s. But I was wrong, you know.
Yeah.
But hopefully,
I wouldn't put
hopefully
it
it
past them
continues,
to
man.
lie. I wouldn't put them past them to lie about murder statistics.
I know they tried to, but how much can you hide that though?
You can't hide the bodies, man.
Well, you just make up a new category about what this body is here for.
But
or
you only
or
do
the
that
race
for,
of the shooter, or the race of the
You don't
killer.
understand it. Yeah, but
No, but just a dead body, period. Though, like if they
Nah,
find a
but-
dead person in a car that
Yeah, I mean,
crashed,
yeah.
they're gunned down.
But you can just say like, oh, well, what category are we going to put this in?
Well, where do you put someone that's gunned down in a car dead? Where do you
Oh, you
accident?
say I don't know. You can just say I don't know. Undetermined cause of death.
I don't believe that.
No, not someone that's gunned down in a vehicle. You can't put that under. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's bullets everywhere.
Yeah, I think these people actually would do that. I put there's no depth to what liberals and sons will go to cover their ass.
Yeah. Didn't Philly do that, or which was it? Baltimore, where they literally did that, or DC, right? It was DC that did that.
Yeah, but they doing that with they doing that with shootings. Like if a person don't die, if the person don't cooperate, they won't log it as a shooting because the guy didn't cooperate, even though he got shot, right? So they put it down as like a disturbance, or you know what I'm saying, like some kind of something else, right? But if the guy fucking dies, you really can't. You really can't. It's because you got to send him to the coroner. The coroner got to be in on it. The fucking cops got to be on it. The medical examiner got to be on it. Like it's a lot of layers to hide a body, right? But I think you could do that with like maybe 5 or 6, a year. But you can't do it because sons kill like hundreds of people every year, like in these cities. So you can't do that. And I don't think so. I think the bodies just moved. I think like if take DC for instance, right? When our murder rate went down for a long time, you know what I'm saying? It really did. I was in the city. It really did go down. Like it went down like, from like 400 or 500 a year to like 200. So the bodies were just niggas was just the lot of the big killers was was because you got to remember too. Here's another thing too. It's a lot of sons out there with a lot of bodies, man. It's not uncommon for like the King Von situation. Like that's not uncommon. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's not uncommon. So if you get rid of those guys, if you get rid of a lot of those guys that are driving it, you know what I'm saying? Yes, the young boy's going to come off the porch and take their place, but they not like the seasoned killers where the dudes that
Eventually
just
it gets thinned out.
Yeah.
Enough.
But
Just think of the trillions of dollars we spent in the past 60 years on programs and welfare and food stamps and EBT. What if that was just put into creating really great jails that we fund? Because it's always like jails are so expensive and it costs so much money to keep a prisoner. But what if that money that we spent on all that other stuff was used just to keep prisoners? How quiet and peaceful all the neighborhoods would suddenly become in a very short time. If they actually went to jail and stayed in jail, things would calm down a lot and we'd save a lot of money.
I think liberals, though, are bored by that. Because if you think about it, right, everywhere where they have a chance to, like, fight crime, the liberals are against it. I think the white liberals kind of like
the worst.
It's part of their. No, I just think that I think on a different level, right? Like the danger of the city kind of excites them, and they don't want to totally eliminate that danger. You know what I mean? It could be some kind of psychological thing, because they have chances to totally eliminate Shout out first super chat in like 3 hours. Shout out to my man. Just looking, man, supporting the channel with $2, man. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. Make sure y'all support the channel, guys. We out here giving you the most, man. But yeah, salute to you, just looking, man. He said, glad to see you back at it, man. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, man. This right here. When white liberals have a chance to eliminate the sun problem, they never do it. They never do it. They never totally do it. They always keep it around, even to a small degree. You know what I'm saying? Or they always do something like the gliders in New York did, vote for Mamdani. Like, New York is the safest big city in the world. Like, if you compare it to Mumbai and motherfucking Lagos and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? It's the safest big city in the entire world, other than, like, you know, Tokyo, other than East Asia, right? But, you know what I'm saying? But it's like the gliders had a chance to really, like, if they went with, like, you know, Cuomo or Sliwa, they could have, like, kept it that way. New York is literally about to, like, the crime rate has to explode. You know what I'm saying? There's no way it's not going to explode. You know what I'm saying?
Man. I wonder how many cops are going to take early retirement. Just like, I'm getting out now.
Yeah, but you know what else happens too? Like, the sons, and they just get emboldened. They know, like, they can sense weakness. One thing a sun man can do is sense weakness. Like, and it's intuitive. It's not even what do you call it? It's not even conscious. Sun man can peep weakness. And I think that, you know, like with Mamdani, the sun man, like, no, like, okay, that's one of the liberals in there or whatever. All right, we cool. You know what I'm saying? We good. And then they stay, right? So just like the whites, the wealthy whites are going to leave, once you find out that, like, when Mamdani's in there, all the Trinidadians and Jamaicans and Haitians and fucking Guyanese blacks that come to America, they're going to find their way to New York. And those motherfuckers are, you know what I mean, a lot of the black crime too. The tethers, they're a lot of the black crime in New York. If you think about even just the rappers, almost all the rappers are of Caribbean descent, man. All of them, you know what I'm saying? They all come from their parents were from Caribbean. Biggie, Busta, Nicki, the list goes on and on, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when you get a lot of fucking Haitians and Trinidadians and those people and Jamaicans in your town, those motherfucking, their kid, even if they're doctors and lawyers, even if they're like nurses and shit or you know, teachers or shit, that next generation is going to go to the high school with the local nigger children. And like I always say, the bad kids always win when it comes to influence. You could put 100 good kids in a school and put one bad nigga in there, and that nigga gonna have so much personality and swag, and the bitch is gonna be all on him, and the teacher's gonna be, you know, kind of like trying to, like, you know, get them to learn, and they're gonna be like kind of like, you know, I guess, you know, treating them differently than the other students, because we got to find a way to learn. We got to find a learning plan for him. We got to, you know, find a way to his behavior. We got to, you know, and so people gonna see him. They're gonna want to be like him. Nobody wants to be like the good kid. Nobody wants to be like the good kid. The bad kid always influences, always multiplies. And black kids are intuitively within the structure of a school system, they're bad kids because they don't perform well in school. They you know what I mean? They have behavioral problems, you know what I'm saying? They come from bad neighborhoods. So like when you put your when you a Jamaican teacher, when you a Jamaican couple, you know what I'm saying? He's a plumber and she's a she's a nurse, and they hardworking good people, and they go to church every weekend, and they send their fucking kids to the nigger school. It's a wrap. It's just two more niggas that you done created. And it always goes like that, man. And that's another thing that happens when these Democrats, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, I was talking to my girl earlier this morning, right? Now correct me if this is if this is wrong, right? But do we still think here that 7% of the population is committing about 70% of the violent crime? Do we still think that? Yeah, right.
I'm a son man, right? I'm a son man. The amount of crime I committed, and I'm not even one of them guys, just the amount of crime that I committed in my lifetime, it's startling, you know, when I think about it. You know what I'm saying?
So again, with that said, because you're right, it is startling. If it is accurate that 7% is committing at least 70%, at least.
No, 100%, because in DC it depends on the city. Now, Chicago, where you have
the country,
cities, certain cities like the country, okay,
the country,
I would say I would say 70%,
at least 70. It could be higher than that. 7. No, I think it's about 70, 75. I don't know, but anyway, if we're to believe that to be accurate, think about that. How impressive that is, bro. That 7% can do 70. How's that possible? How does that make any sense?
It's easy because most people don't commit crimes, right? So you have that.
Exactly.
You're not weighing that part. You're only thinking about the one variable. The other variable is that a lot of like a white dude could sell meth, could sell heroin, could, you know what I'm saying, pimp hoes or whatever out of the hotel or whatever. His little ecosystem, it's not going to be like the amount of murders in that little ecosystem.
The chaos, like a trail of chaos.
Exactly. Whereas a black dude doing the same thing, bodies going to be dropping left and right. So it's like even where the white people are committing crime, they're not the murder,
like the violence, the violent crime,
the knockout game, and just the motherfucking, you know, just
the trauma that they leave.
Like I was thinking about like how we got a lot of bars in this town, right? And when the white people, before the white people started fleeing, right? You had little neighborhoods, you had the Polish neighborhood, you had the Ukrainian neighborhood, you had the Italian neighborhood, and they all had bars in their neighborhoods, right? White guys go to the bar every day. Like the white guys ain't fucking saints. Like, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers these ain't stockbrokers, you know what I'm saying? In these little towns, these motherfuckers they go to the bar, get drunk, half of them drink themselves to death, right? So it's like, but when they go to the bar and they get in an argument with each other, they don't even really fight like that. They can argue and shit and be up in each other's faces and not even really throw no punches.
Right. Or if they do it, or if there is punches thrown, it's like a limit to it.
If you fall, it's over.
And that's not to say that it won't get out of hand. I'm not gonna say that gliders don't fuck up either. They fuck up, but it's limited, in the bigger picture.
Yeah.
But the part for me with that 70% that I find intriguing, it's all intriguing, but it's 70 considering that Hombritos are here too. You would think that the Hombrito, because you get what I'm saying? Like you would think
Hombritos in Mexico and Hombritos in America is different because you got to understand, given opportunity, Hombritos put in places where they can
progress
abandoned houses. No, I'm just saying like there's a lot of abandoned houses in these little towns, right?
Yeah,
a lot of fixer-uppers.
Here too, man.
To do, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could progress in this country. Believe it or not, you could progress.
So they're less
It's
violence here. They're less violent here than they are in Mexico City, than they are in, you know what I'm saying, Venezuela, because they have stuff to do here. You know what I'm saying?
But
Sons don't do shit. Sons don't, they're not industrious. Sons ain't industrious, right? Sons don't have no fucking industry where we just do that. Not even like cab drive. I think Sons used to have industries in America. Like Sons used to be fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like carpenters and shit. Yeah, these are porters. But even that, that was something, right? That was an industry that, Sons, the porters, all the porters was black. You know what I'm saying? But Sons don't even have that now.
Yeah. It's just how do you overcome that 7%, 70? How can you overcome that? It doesn't. That's incredible.
No, because other people not committing crime. So, like I said, if they come to the town, don't have no crime. These little towns where white people at, they don't have no fucking crime.
Right.
So it's like if Sons come,
now there's crime. now they're gonna have to have meetings on increasing the police department. Instinctively, you're gonna need more cops if you start getting more Sons.
You're gonna need more cops, and then also too, it's gonna be a situation where police brutality. They cry about police brutality. They cry about the police is racist. So they not only make a need for more cops, but they like fuck up the reputation of the police department too.
Of everybody.
You know what I'm saying? They make the police department's name mud. Like the police.
Well, in their defense, they do believe it is the cops' fault.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
But the police don't have that image before Sons get there. Like, of course, white people don't like the police and shit. They don't like getting pulled over. They don't like, you know what I'm saying, getting roused if they drug addicts and shit. They don't like, or drunks, public, you know what I'm saying? They don't like that shit. But that's minimal shit.
Yeah.
When you got Sons, you got like motherfuckers just riding around tinted windows,
robbing shit, burglarizing, murdering,
weed and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like the smell of weed everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like just the smell of weed everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I just saw a story somewhere like this week where Joe Asco, the store, Joe Asco. It's kind of like a Kroger, it's like a big like a Kroger or a Dominic's. What do you guys have over there? Well, whatever, a big grocery store chain. There was a shooting in there in Blankistan, in a typical just grocery store. Right? They just opened fire. I mean, I never looked into why the shooting occurred, but you could imagine why it occurred. We know why it occurred. It occurred because of DNA. Ego or some nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And look, I don't mean to beat up on the 70%, but all I'm trying to say is this, man. It's fair to say, if that is the case, 7 and 70, that it is DNA and that there is no solution. Because how can you, if 7% of the population is committing 70% of the violent crime, what can you do for that population? There's nothing you could do for them, Mike. And if we're being
Make
honest,
excuses for 'em. You can
and
make
and if we're being honest, like it's less than 7 because not all brothers are retarded. Not all the brothers are retarded. You know what I mean?
no
It's
doubt.
it's a smaller group from that 7. So let's say 4%, right? And then you got to consider the able-bodied man, yada yada. 4% of the population is committing 70% of the violent crime, bro. They're hopeless. There's nothing we could do with that.
Nah, but I'm just saying, like when sons, the sons that are committing that crime, a lot of them are young, and a lot of them are, you know what I'm saying, like repeat offenders. So like one thing you could do is like eliminate the repeat offender, because the repeat offender with sons, the biggest lie is that the justice system is treating
Reform.
sons poorly.
Oh,
Sons
yeah.
get a great deal in the
Yeah.
justice system. So it's like repeat offenders, like that. If you handle that, just that, like
Yeah.
yo,
You
that
know,
will cut
I
that greatly.
you know that serial puncher in downtown Ag over here, the big son man
Yeah.
that is just,
Yeah.
he got arrested, right? And they say in a week, in a matter of days, you know how much they gave him? 7 years. In a matter of days. Why can't that be like common practice? Why do we have to wait years for for him to
Yeah.
go to court,
Yeah,
right?
just
So in like 5-7 days, they gave him 7 years. Right?
yeah,
He
just
need not only does he need that, Ag, society needs that. These
Kind of
glider
tragic. Just
queens
as
need that.
just as he was becoming famous, he now has to go to jail. You know,
yeah,
he wasn't able
Right.
to enjoy it.
But that guy, he's not gonna miss a beat. It's probably gonna be like the same same miserable existence. But he needs that. Society needs that. These glider queens need that. They need to breathe. They need to be able to know that they're not gonna get knocked out for no reason. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean,
Well, women are the biggest advocates for all of the
Yeah.
destruction.
Even though they are begging to get knocked out, though, that is true.
I mean, the women in Europe are pro-Arab, and look where that's got them. The women in America are pro-son. Look where that's got them. Women are dumb. Like, they're not gonna be able to solve their own problems.
yeah, you got to save them. You have to. I think if you look at it throughout history, man, the white woman, like her place where she was at, we talking about like not voting and shit like that, and being in the house. They were protected then. You know what I'm saying? Well, they were better off when they were in the house and they weren't voting.
Yeah, no, it's a I don't know what you do with that. There's nothing you can honestly do with that, other than like lock them up, and even locking them up, even though it's the best solution, it's not really a solution at the end of the day, is it? I mean, now we gotta feed them, we gotta house them, we have to, make sure they're not. I guess make sure they're not killing each other in there. You know, I don't know what
Are
you
you
do with
talking, are you talking about women, or are you talking about sons?
I'm talking about the sons in particular. As far as like that statistic that we were talking about earlier, I guess, or that I was talking about.
The statistic that gets me more so, or the facet of all of this that bothers me the most, is the incessant lying that everyone does to act like this isn't what's happening. That bothers me to no end, that people just flat out are like, no, that's not what it is. It's everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody,
it's fucking
everybody's a
retarded.
part of the milieu of
Everyone commits crime.
day-to-day life. It's
Yeah.
And it's always women. It's always women that give me pushback when I bring that up.
Yeah.
Nobody can say out loud what everybody knows.
But they don't know though, right, Fish? That's what you're kind of getting at. They don't know, right?
What?
I don't know.
They believe that bullshit that everybody commits crime, right? They believe
No,
it.
they just blindly refuse to acknowledge the truth. I think they know, but they know it's morally reprehensible according to the social paradigm right now to admit it.
Right.
Women don't believe anything. They only believe what the power structure says to believe.
Yeah, salute to Gene B. I think too, like you gotta also understand, like intuitively, and I'm not talking about like in your face, like Lily Gaddis and shit like that. I'm talking about on an intuitive level, like the same way when you pull up to a gas station, you see a bunch of suns out there, you feel danger in the air. Intuitively, people know that sons are like, like the children of society, right? So it's like, and that's me. I'm a son, right? Think about if you got a glider mind or an Asian mind or an ombrito mind. Like I have a son mind, and I still see, okay, sons are the children of society. They sitting at the little kiddie table. They not sitting at the table with the adults. Imagine how gliders and other groups feel about sons intuitively, right?
Tigers.
Right. So when you feel that
We didn't
way
want to
about
say it,
somebody,
but
yeah, when you feel that way about somebody, you kind of like, oh, they can't help. Like it's kind of like punching down. You might
Yeah.
kind of feel like like you're above that. Like
It's like
you
making fun of a retarded kid. You know, you don't do that.
exactly,
Well,
exactly.
not only that, but it's the fact that sons will pull out a gun and blow your head off over
Yeah,
nothing.
that's true too.
Like if you're in a conversation and a son person is saying something super retarded, which is not uncommon at all, and you go, "Hey, that's like fucking stupid." There's a really good chance a gun or a knife is going to come out at some point in the
Right.
exchange.
And they don't even need a weapon to attack you. They could just attack you.
Yeah, they could fucking go carjack somebody out front of the building and drive the car through the front door. They could just start swinging on you. Like
Swinging, kicking you.
it's not. So like a lot of it's just this is not worth the risk of getting into a
Right.
brawl. Just let them run their
Mm.
mouth, and we'll try our best to make everything work in spite of their
Yeah.
nonsense.
Just let them run their mouth and destroy civil society. What can you do?
Yeah, that's really the crux of it. Is like you can play that game as long as you want to stomach that, but eventually it's going to bite you in the ass.
Man, that's just kind of sad if you think about it, bro. Like,
Yeah, it's like it's cool when they're doing that on the corner, but then they're doing that on city councils and they're doing that as prosecuting attorneys. Now we have a
right,
fucking problem.
judges, they're doing it as judges.
Yeah, now we have hit the point where letting them run their mouth forever,
Like,
biting
like,
us in the ass.
man, I just wish we could just stop that like right now, and just start fixing it, start addressing it, and not ignoring it. I was talking to his sister, Ike, and she was telling me how Charlie Kirk, sucked because he talked about son gun violence. And I was just thinking, well, what about the actual son gun violence though? Like, is there not a gun violence in Blackistan? There is. Why not? Okay, you hate Charlie Kirk.
But he
Can
didn't
you?
even do that though. But here's the thing: he didn't even really talk about son gun violence. Like he mentioned it on a few occasions that the left posted
Right.
incessantly when he died. He didn't just go around talking about son violence.
But that's more than enough for them to hit him though.
It's like 3 clips of him talking about son gun
But that's 3 clips too many though. Is that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they just the left uses like certain like they have like a little script of questions, right? And if you don't bend the knee on these handful of questions, then they have deemed you a racist or a sexist or whatever, and nothing else ever that you say or do matters.
Yeah,
So like he's got thousands of hours on YouTube talking about every motherfucking thing under the sun. But one of these 5 questions, he didn't give the specific, exact, right, liberal, retarded answer. And so they crucified him.
Right. How many genders? 2? Oh, wrong answer.
Yeah, he basically 300 days out of the year spent like all day debating kids, and there's like he did that for like 11 years, right? And there's like 3 clips of him talking about son gun violence.
Yeah. but let's say he did talk about gun violence in Pakistan regularly, right? Say he did. There is a gun problem in Pakistan that we're just all ignoring. That the sisters choose to ignore it. You know what I mean? Like they kind of take the attitude of the retarded kid that you just talked about earlier. Like, what can you do? You know, the kid's retarded, and what are you gonna do? You know?
Yeah.
They kind of take that approach, but and I don't have a problem with that approach. To be honest, my problem with that is that now we all have to suffer. We all of us have to just eat that.
Well, here's the thing too, though. Like, sons like are American. Like, you a Mexican, right? So you came to America, right? Sons was already here. Like, sons are American. Like, did you see the videos? I mean, the newspaper articles I read earlier, and I only read 2 because he got like 100 more. We haven't been on this channel.
The one from 1906.
Yeah. It's like, yo, that son woman just walked into the store, robbed the joint, and said it was because Haley Comet was, and she got off on that shit. Like, it's just like, I mean, like. So a son woman was robbing a white fucking store in 1906, and not like
that excuse didn't work as well in 1908.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't work the next day. It didn't only work that day, but it's like, yo, sons, we're part of America. We're not. We like during slavery. Did you know during slavery time? There were slaves that gave their masters hell.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There were slaves that was just like, yo, there were free blacks that owned way more slaves than whites did. The free blacks owned way more. I just found out. Let me tell you, how many of y'all seen Glory, the movie Glory?
Yeah,
nah.
Matthew, what's his name?
Yeah, Matthew.
McConaughey?
No, Matthew.
Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Bueller.
Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, Matthew Broderick. Thank you. That story was in the movie. They made you think it was a whole slave regiment, didn't they? I went back and did some research. It was 1,200 black soldiers, and like 100 of them were ex-slaves.
100 more what?
All of them were
ex-slaves.
ex-slaves, or runaway slaves. That was a freedman's platoon, or whatever the fuck, regiment, a freedman regiment. In this movie, they make you because of Denzel's character and a couple other characters. It feels like, oh, this is just a slave battalion. No, it was all freedmen, because it was that many freedmen in America. Like, being a free black wasn't a big deal. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. It was a lot of free blacks in America during that time.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they make it seem like everybody was but the movie is in the movie, it's like, oh, the slave regiment. He whipped these slaves. Matthew Broderick whipped these slaves into shape and made them a good fighting unit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, these was freedmen that owned guns.
So who do you think the director was of that movie?
Was it Spielberg?
What do you think his name was?
Was it a Steiner? Was it a Steiner Bird?
His name was Edward Zwick. He is from a Jewish family.
Oh wow. Because it was pure propaganda. Like, that was those guys knew their way around a rifle. Those guys were like men. They weren't like, those guys were like walk down the street, chest out, not giving a fuck men.
Yeah,
they were
for sure.
But they made it seem like it was a bunch of ragtag slaves that he whipped into shape and made into a good regiment. And it's like, nah, these men came ready-made. These were black men that volunteered for the Union Army. It was like, yo,
I
we
mean,
want to go fight.
I mean, we've seen stories out here where there would be marauding groups of armed Sunmen committing crime
It
in the
was
1800s. In the
Or
1800s.
forming posses to, you know, lynch somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, woman part that remember the one where they got into a shootout with the Mexicans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunmen have and that was in the 1800s.
Listen, Sunmen with guns is no big deal, man. It's like history is a lie,
yeah,
yo.
yeah, it's as American as a cheeseburger, right? Or French fries.
Yeah,
Sunman with guns, yeah, that's as American as it gets.
And the Sunmen with confidence. Go ahead.
Right.
I wonder what the rate of crime was amongst freedmen.
That's a good question. That is a great
Well,
question.
well, we know this. It was significantly higher than everybody else's.
Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt. Without
Right.
a doubt.
But you
Without a
know,
doubt.
but I get what you're saying, but I don't get why you're saying it though. But yeah, I
You
feel
talking
you.
about the freedmen. The reason I'm saying about the freedmen is because I'm saying, like, you're saying that, like, all of us have to suffer. And
Yeah.
you're an Ombredo. What I'm saying is, like, we've been here since the beginning, man.
But
We
look,
are Americans, man.
right.
We not Americans.
No, but hold up. My family's been here since the 50s, right? They've been here since the
Yeah.
50s. I don't think it matters if the first motherfucker here was a Sunman. It don't even matter. What the point remains that we all
And we're
had to
committing
suffer.
crime in our home. We're the local crime. We're committing crime in our homeland. Like, you gotta understand, gliders tried to get rid of us. They didn't after slavery. Like,
They didn't try hard enough. That's
yeah,
the
they didn't try. But what I'm saying is, like, we have always been here as
Yeah.
long as this has been a thing. Like, we're not like some other thing from this thing.
But the point you're making, if I'm not wrong, is that somehow crime is the Sunman's birth rate.
No, crime is it's just what you get with us, man. It's just part of it, man. That's what we bring to the table. That's one of the things we bring to the table. Like, we're Americans.
So you're saying so I'm trying to understand you, Chief. So you're saying, like, look, if you're a tourist from China and you come to Chicago and downtown and some Sun word violently traumatizes you, hey, you know, you're in America, the Sunman bees here. It's kind of, am I feeling you? Am I getting it?
Yeah, I wonder if the
Like,
headlines would say American attacks Chinese person or black guy attacks.
So you just they just had to eat it because some men were brought here as slaves, and is that am I feeling you out?
No, I'm just saying that's what it is. I'm not giving my opinion on it. I'm not saying that like if you get clubbed inside the head by some Sunman, yeah, you should be pissed off. What I'm telling you is that it is what it is. Like,
right.
It just is what it is. Like, you gotta understand, like, Suns have always been here.
Yeah. Have always been
they're not imported, because if you think about them as being imported, that's before America. But as long as this has been America, Suns have been here.
I think the gliders are the ones that brought rats, roaches, and suns to this continent.
So you're talking about FBAs because under that logic, the same thing with the Mexicans then. The Mexicans, there was millions of Mexicans that became Americans overnight. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear you, but I think that's aside from the point that I'm making. That
you gotta understand, our Mexicans is called Native Americans, and we put them on reservations.
No, I'm talking about actual Mexicans though. I'm talking about actual Mexicans in Texas, California, Nevada, Arizona.
Well,
That's what
that's
I'm
Wait,
later.
what are those words?
That's
What are those words? I
later.
didn't understand what you were
You gotta
saying.
understand.
Well, that was in the year what? That was in
Wait,
the year. Well, hold on. That was like
no,
in the
no,
year
no. Wicked,
1840. That was in the year
wicked,
1840.
wicked. Slow down, man. Just breathe, man. We started as the 13 colonies, right? We was
Right.
only the East Coast, right? America was only the East Coast at first. Like, so it's like as we moved west, the Louisiana Purchase and the Missouri, whatever the fuck they called it, I forgot that thing, and all these other things, right there, California. Then, yes, you guys come into the fold. I'm talking about like from fucking Plymouth Rock, niggas was here.
The Pilgrims didn't bring slaves, did they? They didn't bring
No,
slaves
but
with them.
It's really started in Jamestown, and there were slaves in Charleston. You also had what the fuck is that thing called? Is another settlement. They always had blacks there, man. They always had blacks.
I never. I mean, maybe you're right, but I never heard of the Pilgrims or
No,
stories with the.
one, I'm just using Plymouth. I just said Plymouth Rock, but yes, Plymouth Rock. Yeah,
but that's the beginning, though.
No, it's not. It's the
The
beginning of
revolution.
America is Jamestown. Is I can't believe I can't remember the name of that other one. Is Virginia. It's Jamestown, Virginia.
Roanoke.
And it's another one. Roanoke, but it's another one. No, it's another one in either Charlotte or God, not Charlotte, but Charleston or some shit down there where it was another one. But they had blacks there, right? And it was just, you gotta remember, it was just the East Coast, like to like
the colonies.
Yeah. So it's like that's the beginning of America. Like America, all the rest of what is now America was not America. You gotta understand the history.
That's a good point. I'm gonna look into that because when I think of like America and slaves, right? I think of the South, right? When they started getting that kind of shit going. But I wonder how prominent slave men in the colonies were with them, because the Pilgrims, you don't really hear them talk about their slaves. You hear when I think of the Pilgrims, I think of the natives and the Pilgrims coexisting in conflict and peace.
The Pilgrims, yes, that was a group of whites that came here, but it was also hundreds of others that came that history is lost, that have been lost to history. Like that's just the one that history remembered. Like it was boats coming every fucking day, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the one that history remembered. It's like when Mike hit that shot against you. Mike played 1,000 games, man. It's like, you know what I'm saying? You can't they remember certain ones. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just one of the famous, settlements and shit. You know what I mean?
Jamestown.
I've seen some articles written now that were saying that there were people like Scandinavian people landing on this continent like way before.
Yeah, Eric Leifson, right? Eric Leifson.
Now they talking about Newfoundland. Yes, it was those people, the Vikings been coming over to Canada or what you call like
Maine. They said they landed on Maine.
Yeah, that area right above Maine. And shit,
but they said that
area.
the natives were able to push them out. They were able to the Iroquois nation was able to defeat them out.
But they never established nothing that became America. Like their establishment, what they established didn't even become Canada. Like it just was their thing for that time, and then it wasn't no more. You know what I'm saying? It has no connection to what we have over here. But yeah, they never went south. They never came south into what is America. You dig what I'm saying? Christopher Columbus never set foot on the mainland. He went to Cuba and all the little islands and shit.
He was mainly in the Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo, Hispaniola.
He never set foot on the mainland. So it's like You know what I mean? These people, like I think Christopher Columbus though is like he's like a god, man. I think he's he's one of the biggest figures in the history of the world, man.
Cortez was the first one to touch the mainland, and he did that disobeying the governor of Hispaniola. They wanted to kill him for it. They wanted to kill him for it.
He was a bad motherfucker. Cortez, he was a bad motherfucker because he took down the what's the guy? I forgot.
The Aztecs?
Montezuma.
Yeah, the Aztecs. I forgot. Yeah. He took him down easy though. Like I'm talking about, like he like a knife going through butter. He took down the whole Aztec because they were so weak, man. Like you gotta understand, like those y'all didn't have to be strong because you weren't next to Germany and France and shit. So
a big reason why the Spanish were how they was because of the Arabs. The Arabs forced them to, you know what they call the Dark Ages in Europe. It coincides with a golden age of Muslims in Europe and in the Middle East. And they were marauding European lands to the point where the gliders had to build castles and fortresses to try to slow down not only other gliders, but in particular the Sandman. It seems.
Yeah, but the Sandman, a golden age for the Sandman is not really like a golden age. They don't build stuff, they don't make stuff, they don't advance stuff. They just conquer, right? So like it was just the dark times, you know what I'm saying?
No, they say that Baghdad, like in the year 1100, was a Mecca of the world.
Yeah,
Baghdad.
Yeah, but those were gliders, though.
They say Baghdad was a shiny whatever the fuck, and until the Mongols came and burned it. The Tigers came and burned it.
Hold on. Those Middle Eastern people, have you seen them?
The Iraqis?
No, like
you're talking about like the Turkish and the Armenians.
Those are gliders.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Those are the people that built that shit. The more Arab ones, they come later with the, you know what I'm saying, into you know what I'm saying.
But those cities arose from Islam, from Islam culture. That was the Sandman, bro. That was how the Saudis expanding to
hold on. You also got to understand too, like the Ottoman Empire, right? The Ottoman Empire, which is if you don't know about them, that's really what all
that's
that
Turkey,
is,
yeah,
right?
Turkey.
During that period, right? If you're talking about the 1100s, right? If you're
Turkey.
talking about Hammurabi and all back then, talking about the Akkadians and the Sumerians, those are gliders too. But what I'm saying is like the anywhere you see people building shit, structures and shit, and having like aqueducts and dams and shit, it's always gliders. It's never anybody else.
So what about the Moors and the Berbers when they went into the Iberian? They said they're
not black.
No, they're not black. They're Sandman.
No, you gotta understand. Like there's several types of Sandmen, right? Right. There's all types of what we call Arab is the term we use now. Just like how in England they call Asians,
right,
Indians and Pakistanis. These are terms, right?
Yeah. So the Moroccans, those people will be like the Moroccans and the Saudis. It's kind of what the ones that went into the Iberians.
But hold on, listen. You got to understand that whole North Africa region, like Gaddafi and them, that's now. In those days, like Carthage and shit and all that,
They were gliders.
those were fucking gliders.
Yeah, Alexandria, Rome.
Yeah, those was gliders. This is what I'm telling you. Anywhere where people build a building more than 2 stories. No, seriously, and have a written language. That's gliders. It's
Well, wait a
never anybody else. The only other time you're going to see a written language is with the East Asian. But even the East Asian, they're not going to build buildings over 2 stories. They're not going to build. They may build a 2-story building, but they're not going to build buildings over 2
The Umbritos had 2 like more than 1-story buildings. The Spanish talked about how they went in when they went in their houses. They had like 2nd floors, like living areas.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, what you're talking about with the Umbritos is on the other side of the world. We talking about like
Okay, yeah,
and over there, right? Like y'all was over here doing a bunch of shit that nobody knew who the fuck was going on over here, right? Like even Africa, East Africa, they didn't know. I mean, West Africa. In history, the West Africans, it's like we pop up out of nowhere. They didn't even fucking like. We was down there doing what we was doing. We was under the Sahara Desert. We was down there doing what we was doing. We
the
was
Sub-Saharan.
isolated. We was isolated to a degree. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's like everything really happened in that area, the Middle East, Europe and the Middle East. That's where
Euro-Asia.
That's where all the
Progress?
learning and shit was to trading and shit. Yeah.
What about the Tigers?
You weren't involved in the Tigers. Isolated.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
isolated themselves. They
did trade with them though.
But even today they isolate. They don't.
the
They
Aztecs
naturally.
But they always traded though. If I'm not wrong, they always traded with the Europeans.
Did the Aztecs not have a written language? Is that what I heard you say?
They had no. It was a group in South America that had strings. They would tie knots in the strings.
The Incas used to, and yeah, you know,
What is that called? You know what that thing is called?
yeah, they used to have highways, and on these highways they marked like the miles with the strings, and in the strings it was like they counted numbers. It's kind of like maybe like the Roman numerals kind of concept, right?
No, but they had like a language where they would take strings.
It was the Incas that had that. I know that.
And they would tie knot, and it's very intricate. They had a
Yeah.
it wasn't a written language, but it was a language. It was a way to document history. Like they could document the same way that the white man did with his symbols.
I mean, I was
Except
reading like that when Pizarro and his men were talking to some Incas, and they asked them how many men are coming with that military. The Incas were able to give them a number. It was like 10,000 men. You know, so they had some kind of fucking system, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but but the one I'm talking about with the strings, I can't remember what it's called.
That's the Incas.
It's very, very, very impressive. I mean, that shit was very impressive. We gotta do a story on that. We gotta do a show on that one day. I gotta find that shit. But yeah, they like. I'm not saying that y'all not. And listen, the Sun Man had the talking drum. Like, so they could make a drum. They could beat a drum, and then make the sound travel, and the other people hear it, and they beat it, and they could send messages miles with the talking drum. So they
could argue with each other over great distances.
Yeah, exactly. So they had in the Asians had the smoke signals. They had these towers every certain amount, and they could send up smoke in different patterns. And then
He's banging on the drum. He's banging on the drum. Where you at? Give me your address.
What you say about my mama?
Yeah, man. Everybody had communications, but I think the most effective one is the glider, where everybody don't have to see it. You just put it on the, you know what I'm saying, paper. You see it. Everybody else had like some shit that like everybody had to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. The gliders definitely they do their thing. There's no doubt about it. Yo, I like your is that a Commander's a Commander sweater you got, Chief?
Redskins. Yeah.
Man, you're a racist. Racism. I mean, y'all be safe.
Yeah. But I love gliders, man. I love gliders. I don't make no. I would not listen. Living in a society with glide lights and this shit, streaming and shit. And
The funny thing is how
fucking
obvious it is.
water.
It's so obvious, and yet there are people that walk around with that "we was Kang's" attitude and bullshit, and it's just so obvious who's kind of created what we know as modern human reality.
Exactly. And I love it. Listen, I love it.
The people that complain about the descendants of slaves and stuff, hasn't everybody that's ever gone to Africa come back with the same thought, like, well, thank God I was not brought up there,
Yeah.
that's where my people are? I mean, it's so obvious, and yet we have to kind of kowtow to this mythic, tragic story of their victimhood forever. It's just stupid. Everybody should be grateful for all that the gliders have done, including the tigers. They should be grateful.
Yep. Yep.
Down to very basic things like sanitation or medicine and everything else that the world lives on.
Electricity, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And these are things too that, like, we would have never you could have left this alone for 1 trillion years, literally. We would have never harnessed electricity ever.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
We would have never even created a written language. Like, you gotta understand, like, how much symbols, like, just being able to read, like, reading is such a fucking.
Well, you have to remember too that reading had to serve a purpose, or it never would have caught on. And for a lot of people, it was it was the way they connected with their God through the Bible that spread reading throughout Europe. But also, it was just simply commerce. Commerce could be written down and tabulated and kept track of, and that there was to learn how to read and know the laws and customs and languages of other places. That's how you expanded your power back then. So
yeah,
reading didn't just come out of nowhere because it's kind of cool. It served a purpose, and it was gliders that were smart enough to see that and capitalize on it, as the word goes, and turn it into how we store our thoughts, how we communicate, how we talk to the future. Thank you, gliders.
Yeah, we love gliders, man. Gliders have made
that's a great shirt, man. Thank you, gliders.
life. Yeah, I should make that. I should put that in the store. Yeah, people wouldn't even know what the fuck you talking about when you can wear that. You can actually wear that, huh?
Yeah, you should wear it, man. If you wore it,
yeah, nobody know what the fuck you talking about. They couldn't be offended, because you said thank you, whites. Oh my god, like it'd be a big fucking heart attack and shit. But like gliders make life so much better because, like, think about just the theories they have, right? Like philosophies, like the great philosophers, like
they're probably going to be what destroys us as well. The glider mind. The glider mind will probably be what destroys us as well if we don't harness AI or whatever the future is going to be, because that's all comes. No guy sitting on the savannah would have ever thought of something like an artificially intelligent being that might surpass you. That's the kind of stuff of horror story, classic tales. The man creates his own monster, and that goes back to Greek myths, creating the thing that destroys.
Also, that's true, but like at the same time, like, for instance, I was watching a story about whaling, right? The whaling era and how the gliders almost they did make a certain whale go extinct, right? That they used for the oil and shit. But I was thinking, like, damn, when the whales was on the brink of extinction, right? You know what saved them?
Gliders.
It wasn't even gliders altruism, though. It was that the gliders found another way
to
get oil to light lamps. They made it. They advanced shit. They progressed society to where they didn't need the whales anymore. And I was like, and it hit me.
And they were smart enough to say, look, this whale oil is great, but we're running out of whales. We got to come up with something else. There must be some other way.
But what I'm saying is the fact that they constantly progressed, saved the whales. Because if they did progress, they would have just kept using the whale. It's like, but because they constantly advance things, like they don't just have something and just wear it out, right? They tinker with it and make it better and make it this and turn it into that and shit. And that saved the whales. You know what I'm saying? And the industrial, just like the way the industrial revolution kind of like abolished slavery. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
the fact that you could, you know what I mean, make things easier, it made slave labor just mute. It's like gliders advancements make things better.
Yeah, this is going to sound more racist than anything, but if you had to, if you were an alien race, or if you had to send a message to an alien race, I know you don't believe in any of this shit, but what would be the example of the human you would send? Like, you can think, okay, what is a human? What is a man? Would it be
George Floyd?
It would be George Floyd, right? But I mean, you know what I mean? When you think of like the classic concept of man, it's that sort of Leonardo da Vinci of that guy standing in that thing that looks like a compass. That's man. That's what you would put on the thing that you send to Mars, or the probe. I guarantee you, whatever they sent out on the Voyager, or I think it was Voyager, one of the early probes, they have a pictogram of what a human looks like. It doesn't look. They didn't
Bruce
send up
Jenner.
some sun-looking guy. Say that again.
Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Send him. This is but yeah, no, definitely. Like that, without a doubt. Like gliders, gliders are the best thing, man. They like, nobody wants to live in a country where the gliders haven't laid the foundation. Where the gliders haven't set the infrastructure. Like even Nigeria, right? The English did that shit. They just left a long time ago. If the English would have not even just laid what they laid up until 1960, which is the same exact shit the Sons are using today. They haven't changed it one bit. That country is like one of the beacons of Africa based on what gliders had in 1960. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
they haven't advanced one bit. And it's still like, oh, Nigeria, man, that's the country in Africa.
That's why everybody wants to be here.
And then you got South Africa, where the gliders like left power in the 90s, but they still stuck around. That's like almost like a European nation, almost like. If it wasn't for the Sons, it was like, you know what I'm saying, it was like a European nation up until they kicked the gliders out of power.
Even I've read different things, and you never know what to believe, but even the area that they first settled, the Dutch or the Boers or whatever,
they weren't there. It was barren. Yeah, nobody was there.
There was nothing. It literally was garbage land. It's not even like they displaced anyone. They went to this place. They started.
The movie Shaka Zulu says that. Like even the memoirs of Shaka Zulu, right? That Shaka Zulu moved in on them because they came upon them. They were like kind of like a nomad. Shaka Zulu was conquering that part of the land, and when he was conquering that and moving in, they came in contact with the white settlement. Like they started with the whites. The whites were there, and Shaka Zulu started conquering all that shit, and he ran into them on his conquest. You know what I'm saying? It's literally craziest thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's in the movie. That's in all the books too. Like about Shaka Zulu, like it's like yo, he ran into them. He was
I wonder
taunting
what it
all
was
these
for
little black
responsibility.
tribes.
He was
Yeah.
finna hit a lick as soon as he saw that colony or that
Yeah.
settlement.
Yeah, man. It's like y'all, man. Y'all. The history, man. History is a lie, man. History is a big fat lie.
We're gentrifiers. We go to places and make them better.
Yeah.
We gentrified the whole world.
Yep. Sure did, man. And we thank you for it, man. Even though
Fixed up
nobody's
pretty
gonna say
nice
that,
for most people.
everybody.
And if we had to
Everybody.
be overseen by the Jews to do it, okay, that's fine. It's still a much better world.
Yeah, like the Jews, like, look, they do what they do, man. They do what they do, but they wouldn't have done this shit. They wouldn't have created all this shit. The Jews wouldn't have created all this shit. They still be running around, you know what I'm saying, reading the Torah all day and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's those Germans and the Scottish and Belgians
Yeah.
and all the Polish scientists and
Yeah.
Scandinavians.
Yeah. That's what it is. It's y'all, man. We thank you guys, man.
Thank you, gliders.
Yeah, yes, and thank you for Red Bones too, man. Appreciate y'all for that, man.
I was doing a bit about how it was slavery must have been so hard on the black man, you know. It must have been just incredibly traumatizing. And worst of all for the black man that was brought over here in chains as a slave. Worst of all for him is that we also brought over black women. Making slavery even worse, more unbearable for these poor black men.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, man.
How cruel, white men, to bring these sisters in on these brothers who had a pretty decent thing, you know. They had to pick a little cotton and 3 months of the year, and then the rest of the year was just goof off time.
Yeah. Shout out to Raw Rodriguez.
Getting plenty of sunshine, doing a lot of singing, getting strong. It was a pretty good deal. And then we brought over some sisters.
Yeah, getting police too, like, because our societies have been very, very policed, very strictly. Like, yo, the king autonomous. We come over here, we're underneath a Congress and a Senate and a local town council and shit. Instead of being over there and underneath the king, man, and the whims of the king and shit, he want to send a message to his dead relative, so he tell you and chop your head off, you know.
You're over policed. Over policed.
Yeah, we're over policed. We need it.
That always cracked me up when they would complain about being over policed. So it's like, okay, you're telling me there's already way too many cops in your hood, but your crime is still what it is. With all the extra cops, it's still that bad, and the over police never made any logical sense. You can't over police.
No,
they couldn't do it enough. Was the real problem.
We need it. We need that. Like, we need it, man. It keeps us safe, man. The police keep us safe, man. Because, like, it'd be Haiti, man, without police, man. Now we give you hell for it because we're just assholes, man. But
like a teenager does, like a kid does.
Yeah, exactly. And on that note, man, I think that pretty much hit the nail on the head,
right,
man.
Hey,
same black time. It's no doubt, man. Make sure you check out Jimmy Fields Productions page, man. Same black time, same black channel. I'm out of here.